Morning. Mark, sister, and my good morning. Got a rainy day today, so I don't know how this is gonna go. I'm depressed because I'm thinking about talks, thinking about how when it was a misty, rainy day, like a month and a half ago or so, I remember going out to feed him and seeing him curled up in his spot in the backyard with a misting of water on him. He looked like he was gray from all the water that was on his coat from the dew falling on him. I felt so sad that he was out there sleeping in the wet. Just reminds me of that day when it's wet out. I really hope he found a dry place to sleep. But he was begging me for help. Help him fasten up. Fuck. God damn it. It's so sad to think that he just died without getting a warm place. It's sad for all these other cats that are out there in this shitty weather. I mean, yeah, it's not 20 degrees, it's not 0 degrees Fahrenheit, but like 50 degrees and wet is still really shitty for a cat. But Tux deserves so much better because, man, he had such personality. Oh, you did? What made you leave? Yeah, I hear that. It might be what gets me to leave eventually. My family, my parents are in Tennessee. They're getting older. Not that we have much of a relationship, but being that I'm my mom's only son, I figure if I don't die first, I'm gonna have to, at one point, move back home. Hang in there. Yeah. Yeah, what's getting worse here? They're all fucking liberal Democrats. They're all sanctuary cities. Let everybody know that ICE is in at the Food for Less. Self-hating white people. Lots of that out here. So yeah, like I can't even tell people locally that I voted for. Like, if I were to put a Trump sign up in my window, it would probably get broken eventually in the middle of the night. I don't think Cold Girl's blocked anymore. Why do you say that? I thought I unblocked her. Maybe I reblocked her. Can't remember. Might have reblocked her. You liked how sassy. What you liked? So, in other words, you liked how she pissed me off. You wonder why I thought it was you. Oh, I don't joke. I don't joke about that shit. I'm always paranoid that y'all are fucking with me with an alt account, dude. It's just too easy to do, man. Especially on YouTube. Oh, it's trash day. Fuck it. Man. Ugh. I'm about to try to make like little aluminum tents or something to put over the food. I don't even know right now. It's raining. No, I don't think I want to put the recycling out because it's raining. I don't feel like dealing with two bins. He probably won't even do it today because it's raining. You can't sell it, but it's like it's coming down right now. I could wait to put the food out, but I think it's just the rain, man. Almost all morning. Yeah, 40% chance up until 12. And yeah, right now there's only like a 10% chance, and it's raining, so it's going to get worse. Sweet bee. You seen her? Who? Oh. Man, she's really energetic this morning. I gave her 5 more grams last night and 5 more grams this morning of food. I gave her 65 grams instead of 60. Ah, come on, come on. No, 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 no! Stop biting me. Is that good? You want? See, I knew you wanted her fat. That's about 10%, almost 10% more food. Well, per meal actually. So 10% overall for 2 meals in a row. Try to figure this shit out. See if I can get these plates out there that are semi-protected from the water with foil. It just came to me. Maybe it'll work. Maybe it'll be stupid. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Oh. So that was interesting. Where'd it go? Did it come back out? It was right there near the entrance. I don't know if it's injured or what's going on. It was, oh, there it is. They can eat cat food. It's not, they just shouldn't eat it all the time. It might be just really hungry, so I'm gonna let it eat it. I think the skunks are the ones that really shouldn't eat cat food. Possums, it's okay every now and then. I think that's like, oh, what's wrong with it? I think it's a baby though. It's pretty young, wet. Where'd it come from? Did it come from somewhere else? Doesn't look good. Crap. Maybe it just needs to get some food in it. It looked like something was hanging from his butt though. I couldn't get a good look at it. Oh, he drank some of the water? Oh. Yeah, it could. Are they not always white like that? What's that mean? Oh. Oh, system can be white. I guess he didn't like that food. Dude, cats will kill the possum, you think? Oh, oh shit. I want to know what to think about that. Shit, well, whatever. You didn't understand there was food there. How could she, dude? You can smell it. Maybe the aluminum was a bad idea after all. I gotta pick your up, bro. Ah, yeah, there was that idea. I'm gonna go pick those up. Hey, Bill Barto, thanks for the 15 hours of your time. Wait, Prospect. Prospect, that's, what's Prospect before? Can't remember. Dude, there's a piece of the fucking blind on the chair, so I know she's. Oh. Oh, this has been interesting so far with the possum. Where did it come from? Oh, no, is that 25 hours? I can't remember now. Mama looked nice and dry though. That possum was definitely wet, like wet, wet. All its hair was wet. So while I feel kind of bad that Mama kind of got spooked and left her dry spot, she probably has another dry spot to go to. That possum, on the other hand, looks like it's in rough shape. She probably did it more out of self-preservation than trying to be nice to the possum, though. Because, you know what I mean, it's not really worth getting into a fight with a possum for no reason. All it takes is one possum bite. Right why she took off. Poor thing. I wouldn't mind seeing it eat. But might not be. I don't know, man. Hopefully it doesn't live under the house or it doesn't take up shop now under the house. Because y'all see where it came from? Did it come from the left or right when it came to the water bowl? Oh, it came from under the house? Oh, wait. It didn't come from under the house? It didn't look like it came from the same area of the collar? None of y'all were curious whenever you saw the possum? None of y'all rolled it back and were like, where the hell did this possum come from? Are y'all a little retarded? Like, instantly when I saw a possum, I was like, oh shit, where'd you come from, little guy? You didn't care? Nobody cares? All you have to do is rewind, though, man. Holy shit. Okay. Wow. Y'all are some weird shit. You know, like Twitch, I get it. You can't rewind. It's one of my pet peeves with Twitch. It sucks that you can't, but you have this capability over here. It takes 2 seconds to hit the back key on the keyboard. 10 seconds, 5 seconds, or whatever, it goes back 5 seconds each time. You go pop, 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 pop. Oh, whoa, look, there's where it's coming from. Okay, cool. That's good to know. I don't know, man. Alright, I don't worry, don't worry. If you your time. Want something done right, you gotta do it yourself. Am I right, boys? We're fucking right, boys, and we can fucking. There is no window. Maybe we can under the window. Alright, the window. Oh, so it didn't come from under the house then. Doobie doobie doo. Sweepy was all over the desk. What the hell is she looking for? Jeez. She is ridiculous on top of the desk this morning. Yeah, but she can be on here all night long. Like, she stays in this room. Wait, did I get a sub or something while I was gone? Y'all did a gift? Maybe not. It does live under the house. Wonder why it's so wet though. Then I wonder if this is the offspring or the one that got ran over like 2 months ago or something, 3 months ago, whatever that was. Four months ago now, maybe. But it was really like. Oh, here, let me bring it up so you can see. No! What? You can't have my drinks, cat. Alright. And then we had Simon and her just staring at each other while the possum was out there. That's very interesting. So it definitely came from underneath the house. It was right in line with the collar bear. Seeing Simon and her, sometimes I think that they have all out brawls whenever I lock them in here. I hear a bunch of banging. Yeah, it's pretty odd how it's just sitting there in the wet, huh? That sucks. It must suck to be a possum, you know what I mean? Be all just wet and gotta go hang out under a house. Related? Oh, the one that got ran over? Yeah. It's breathing really fast. Man, I hope it doesn't die into the house. Dude, those two were just like... He's not letting him jump down, I think. Oh, damn! Put her ears back and tried to swipe at him? And there's where it sees me, I think. Yeah. Yep, yep. I opened the gate and I'm like, what the heck? You weren't there a second ago. Yeah, it was like right next to him. Simon and Sweet Pea were really... He was like, let me down. Oh, see? See, she attacked him when he jumped down. Oh my god. See, oh, dude. This fish oil has helped him so much to be able to defend himself against her. Before the fish oil, a month ago, she would have just like had him on his side and completely embarrassed. Like, oh my god, I just let this little female cat take me. And the fish oil is giving him back. That bothered me more than anything, seeing her take him down the way she was. Yeah, what's up? Okay, you know what I mean? He's been my boy. He's been my boy for 14 and a half years, man. You know what I mean? See my boy get taken down like that. Man, shit. Yeah, she doesn't beat him up anymore. Same. He's able to take it better because she likes to jump on his back because she knows it hurts him. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the skinny. I'll have to reimburse you. I'll play it. Come on, and I don't have the. I forgot I don't have the headset set up right.
Hey, it's your boy, Skinny Penis.
Okay, so then this thing it went underneath the house slowly, and then it came back and it just hung out like outside of the house, right in the succulent right there. And that's when I was like a foot from it. I was like this close to it, and I came in. It sniffed the food, and down had maybe one bite. Oh, or Pepe. Pepe didn't want to. Pet man, come on, man! I put the fucking god damn it! I put that food out there, and even that cherry tree right there, and it's so fresh. It's so not soaked with water. Fluffy hasn't come by. Trident hasn't come by. What is going on? All I get is a possum this morning. It had one bite. Oops, I missed a belt loop. That's what's going on here. I'm drinking carrot juice, by the way. No sugar added. It's the same one that Trump drinks to get his natural orange glow. I think it's so big. Well, that is what she said. There it goes again. Evan has made 2 passes of the plates. Hot beefers, what's that mean? Secret Service swarm black-clad man who tried to climb over White House fence. Do you believe in magic? Do you believe in miracles? Oh, there's music in the background. This guy, a fucking death mission?
Watch the dogs.
Is there any reason anybody would want to do this?
Dude. Is he stuck?
Yeah. Oh, shoot, it's right there.
Hell yeah. Look at the dogs. Boy, did we get here in the right spot.
Oh, look, he broke it.
Oh, you arrested now.
He broke the top of the fence. That's how weak it is up there? The hell? What the hell? Why do they break? I'm the most shocked by that happening.
Hey guys, this area is going to be closed. Start going either way.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you, gentlemen.
Police love to fucking move people, you know that? Guys, this area's closed. Get the fuck out of here. I got power, you don't.
Hey folks, I need you to go back that way, please. You got your path? Come on this way.
Guys, we're gonna need this whole football field area cleared out here. Official Secret Service business. Thank you. Get the fuck out of here. You see the badge? Yeah, bitch. Now who's telling who's the bitch? Huh? You pick on me no more, fucking Jessica. Fucking Jessica. Your pretty blonde hair. Fuck you. And all cheerleaders. You're a cheerleader, you're going to jail. You fuckhead. What's going on here? Swearing in ceremony for Attorney General. Is that something we want to watch? Is it really? I don't know, whatever. Fuck you, Trump.
Down as the most successful, or certainly.
You better say something that's not fucking so repetitive, okay? No repetitiveness.
Great honor and a real privilege. I'm thrilled to be here today with our nation's next incredible, and she will be incredible, Attorney General of the United States, Pam Bondi. And I want to congratulate Pam. She's worked hard, so hard, and unbelievably fair and unbelievably good at law enforcement. I just want to congratulate you. A very special person. And I'd also like to thank Justice Clarence Thomas and his incredible wife, who's here someplace. There she is. Incredible, highly respected wife, too, I will say. I remember a couple of years ago, a little bit more than that, toward the end of my first term, I was introducing a lot of people at a big event, about 5,000 people, in your biggest ballroom. You know what that is? And they were getting a nice smattering of applause. They were very important people. And then I introduced Justice Clarence Thomas. The place went crazy. And it was then that I realized that you are a very popular guy and respected guy. So thank you for being here. It's an honor and a great honor for Pam. Thank you very much. Pam was a career prosecutor for nearly 20 years and was one of the toughest and smartest and best and most successful attorney generals in the history of Florida. And I think, I put it out this morning, I think she's going to end up going down as the most successful, or certainly one of the most successful attorney generals that this country has ever had. I really believe that. I know
Still got it?
Well. A lot of people in Florida. If you're in Florida, you know her well, and it was all good. There was never a problem, no problem. As a prosecutor, she locked up drug dealers and gang members and human traffickers and was waging war all the time on the pill mills, they called them, that fueled the deadly opioid crisis. And she did better than anybody else. There was nobody like her in the country. She also won over $50 billion in lawsuits for the victims of financial fraud and devastating Deepwater Horizon oil spill, which was brutal. And she was the leader of that whole deal, getting that people taken care of. As Attorney General of the United States, Pam has a historic and urgently needed task ahead of her. And probably there's never been a time, Clarence, that's more important than right now. We went through 4 years of not such good work in many ways, not just with the president, at other levels also with the president, obviously. She's going to restore fair, equal, and impartial justice and restore the constitutional rule of law in America. She will lead the Democrats. You know where they're going to, she's going to lead them right down. But I think she's going to be as impartial as you can possibly be. I know I'm supposed to say she's going to be totally impartial with respect to Democrats. And I think she will be as impartial as a person can be. I'm not sure if there's a possibility of totally, but she's going to be as total as you can get, Gianni, right? But she's going to be fair, and she'll lead the Department of Justice in crushing violent crime, demolishing the gangs, which are all over the place. If you look at New York, if you look at Chicago, if you look at Los Angeles, which is half burned down, unfortunately, because they didn't have the water and they didn't have what they were supposed to have. Destroying the terrorist cartels is going to be a very big priority for Pam, and that leads to crime and it leads to a lot of drugs. So she's going to take care of it, and she'll stop the invasion of our country and get fentanyl off our streets. And we're going to be working with her very closely, Christine Holm and Tom Homan, and all of the people are going to be working very closely with Pam. She's going to end the weaponization of federal law enforcement and restore honesty and integrity at the DOJ and the FBI. And she's going to be working with Cash, and she's going to be working with a lot of other people that you've been reading about, writing about over the last few weeks. The role of Attorney General comes with immense responsibility, but I have absolute confidence that Pam will fulfill her duties with honor and courage and strength and fairness. She's going to be fair. She's going to be very fair. And now I'd like to invite Justice Thomas to administer the oath of office. And thank you all for being here. It's a very important day, I believe, in our country's history. Thank you very much.
Solemnly swear.
I, Pamela Bondi, do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the same,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties of the office on which I'm about to enter.
discharge the duties of the office on which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
Says, I just want to introduce her very, very handsome husband. I hate being around him. He looks too good, and he's been a tremendous factor with Pam, and have just a beautiful relationship.
Drinking out of my cup.
Mother, look how good you look, huh?
Man.
Look how good. So I just wanted to introduce them, and Pam,
Thank
have
you,
fun,
President.
please.
Thank you. Thank you, President Trump. I've known you for many, many years, and I will not let you down. I am truly honored that you have asked me
Both
to
wanna lay in
take
the
on
chair,
this
huh?
role, and I will make you proud, and I will make this country proud.
Thank you.
And I just want to thank all of my friends who are here today, my dear friends and my family, my mom, my husband, my pastor, Aaron Burke is here, so many of my good friends and my colleagues. So thank you all so much, and I will restore integrity to the Justice Department, and I will fight violent crime throughout this country and throughout this world and make America safe again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. It's a
Mr.
great,
President, can I ask
this is a
about
great
your
day.
DACA? Can we ask about your DACA proposal? A lot of people are talking about, obviously.
Everybody loves it, but this is just not the right time. But we'll maybe do something later. This is a very important and, in my opinion, solemn occasion. So I don't think we want to talk about other subjects.
Mr. President, what is your top priority? What is your top priority, Madam Attorney General, for this new position that you've now been sworn into?
Well, I can just say very simply, for me, overall, very simple. Make America great again. That's what we're going to do. We're going to make America great again, and she's going to take crime out of the system. As much as anybody can do that, she's going to do it.
We're going to make America safe again.
Mr. President.
Thank you, everybody. We'll appreciate you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Come on.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Come on. Go.
Thank you.
Have a seat, Simon. Come on. My seat, not yours. Here. Oh. Oh. Oh, hey. Don't you do that. Well, go here. Trump protest today. This says thousands are protesting Trump right now at the U.S. Capitol. But I don't know if this is actually live from today because it's the Times. And they're the only ones that have it. Oh no, it is actually live. Well, I don't know, maybe. Yep, seems like it is. How do I know that big stations are taking it though? Oh yeah? Yeah? You mean it? Why isn't Live Now on it? It's like India is watching it.
To you, do not fatigue. These are not normal times. What is going on is corrupt, it is cruel, it is chaotic, it is lawless, it is unconstitutional.
Why do you know that?
That's the point. Do not go home. Please stay with us, bring more people to us, and demand the same of our Republican colleagues.
Protect trans people. They make up 0.0001% of the population. They matter.
So stay with us, grow our numbers, bring larger crowds. We're going to be doing this at every level. You saw, Education Department is next. This is intentional. They don't want an educated electorate. They want to sow fear and chaos so that they can grab the power and the money to themselves. Stay with us. Demand the Republicans join us and speak out. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Latifah Simon, and
How does Sister T make you hungry? A gift or something?
30 years of organizing on the ground, and one of the things that I know is that the Republicans, they are losing when they attack our healers. Yes. Our healers have been stranded all over the globe. USAID has kept the peace in the globe, and now we are going back. I want to be clear. I want to be clear that our democracy, and I hope you all agree with me, is on life support. In fact, it is in hospice. I want us to be clear that as Democrats who are coming here and standing in front of you,
It's okay to be fat, Brody. Let's get fat together.
it is our duty to act and not just talk. It is our duty to hold our votes. It is our duty to ensure that this administration doesn't take us back to an America in 1952, an apartheid America. It is important that we hold the line to a
1952 is a good year, wasn't it? Here?
they are breaking. We are not colonizers. We are supposed to be a democracy that loves our neighbors. We are supposed to be a democracy that works to heal instead of kill. I gotta tell you one last thing. The Republican Party claims to love a Jesus that loves its neighbor. Claims to love a God that blesses its
Pretty sure it was good for black people back then, even.
heal the sick and to take care of the widow.
I mean, as long as you do them in the South.
To take care
Just
of the
don't live in the
child
South.
with no mother, no father. We honestly must ask this party to reevaluate its own relationship with God. We will move forward.
Get on the Greyhound bus and
Congressman
leave.
Jason Crow from Colorado.
Jason Crow?
And I am
Hold up.
here to stand
Are you relation?
with my USAID friends, those who spread out around the
You have a
world to
relative named
prevent
John.
starvation and famine and to spread democracy. You are seen, and we are here to fight with you and for you. Listen, this issue is extremely personal to me, like it is to many of you. I spent much of my 20s being sent to war under false pretenses. I was a paratrooper and an Army Ranger. I fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I was sent to war with my friends, with my fellow Americans, young men and women, many of whom I saw shed blood and die for this country. And they were sent there by billionaires and energy executives and others who sacrificed nothing, who made profit off of those wars. And that's why I'm actually standing here today. I ran for Congress to prevent that from happening again. And that's why many of you are here today. Because we owe it to our young men and women, we owe it to our fellow Americans not to do that again. We know that the investment we make in foreign aid is not charity. Right? We know that extremism and danger breeds off of starvation and hopelessness and fear. And that the investments that we make in the work that you all put in, putting your lives on the line, your families on the line, dedicating your lives to this work, prevent conflict, spread democracy, and prevent our young men and women from having to go and fight more needless wars. So yes, the assault of Elon Musk and Donald Trump and his billionaires and the energy executives is not an accident. They want to gut these efforts to make money, to make profit, to spread instability around the world. We will not let it happen. You have some fighters here behind me. We are here because we are prepared to fight. We will litigate, we will organize, we will communicate, we will use all the leverages available to us during the appropriations and budgeting process. We will fight hard with you and for you. Thank you. Let's get it done.
Thank you, Jason. I'm Dina Titus. I represent Southern Nevada. Let me thank all of you for being here today to speak out in favor of this wonderful agency that does such terrific work all around the world, from East Timor to Finland. You are on the front lines, and all the countries in between. And the people you serve, thank you too. They may not know you by name, they may not know you here, but they know their lives are made better by all the things that you do. You have read the latest memos calling people home, closing down offices, and what about the appointment of a person who stormed the Capitol, now saying he will send the Marines if you don't come home? We just have to ask, have they gone mad? Have they gone mad? They seem to have forgotten that every dollar we spend on diplomacy keeps us from sending another soldier into harm's way. Keeps us from having to fight and finance another hot war. Keeps us at home where we are safe. Have they just forgotten that? Are they just going to abandon the Uyghurs and the women in Afghanistan? They don't seem to care. Are they not going to pay the people who are guarding the terrorists in the Syrian prisons or keeping law and order in Haiti? They just don't seem to care. Do they not value the expertise and knowledge that you bring to the programs where you serve around the world, and what a difference that makes? They just don't care. So the answer to the question is yes, they have gone mad, and that's why we have to be mad ourselves to stand up to them. You know, excuse me, some of the pundits say, oh, don't make a stake on foreign aid. That's not the way for Democrats to come back. Foreign aid isn't popular with the public. They don't know how much we spend on it. Well, I say to that bullshit. That is where we have to make a stand.
You know what's hilarious?
We have no country.
Now they're all cursing because Trump said bullshit, so they're all like, oh yeah, we can be like that too. We're hardcore. Because they saw that the American people respected it. They don't respect it when y'all do it, lady. It's different. You're a fucking pussy. Everybody knows it.
Millionaire who's not elected have access to
Democrats
your information.
are pussies. All Democrats. I'll take any Democrat in the ring. I don't give a fuck how big they are. I'll bite their balls off if I have to.
And cut your checks off. So if you think this isn't important, you are very misled. And that's why we have to stand up to them. We'll always stand with you.
Or their clitoris.
Thank you so much.
They are. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. They're all starting to like curse out of nowhere because they saw that the people respected Trump for doing it. They're fucking posers, dude. They're always posers. Like Harris with all their different accents, posing as different people. And all of them trying to act like they're all hip and shit when they had the rappers on stage. Like, fuck out of here. Everybody sees through the Democratic Party by this point as being posers. Just trying to be a certain way so that they're liked by people and they garner votes. Republican Party doesn't do that. People are fucking losers.
And I'm also proud to serve active Congress can eliminate USAID because Congress is who created USAID. And that's why this week I'll be introducing legislation to push back on Elon Musk's illegal takeover of USAID.
Why is it only Democrats that care so much about it?
And when I do, I need every single one of you on the phone to all of these Republicans who for years have said they care about this and put them on the record. But let's be clear, this is illegal and it is a coup.
I think it's hilarious a lot of people are out of work now. They're getting paid though.
Critics, and let's be clear, while
They're getting paid to not work.
First, it is not going to be the last.
And they're still pissed off.
But joke's on them, because who knows better how to work in an authoritarian
Why the
country
fuck are they mad? If they're getting paid to not do anything now. For like months. Find another fucking job. They probably weren't doing anything already. You know what? That's why they're fucking mad. Because they already weren't doing anything and they were getting paid for it. And now they've lost that.
To sentence millions of kids to poverty or death, are we? And we are not going to let an unelected billionaire take over and destroy our country, are we? Thank you all so much for everything you do. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to win this. Thank you again.
Hey, why does my audio always do that? I gotta fix that shit. Which one of these does that? That one? No, not that one. What is this? Why can't I make yourself doing that?
I really think I could just read your signs and that would be my speech, right? Stop the when USA disappears, terrorists Jason, I want to tell you, I am a mother first. My son was a United States Marine. He went to Afghanistan. He went to Iraq.
Oh, that's better. Hey, 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 hey. Okay, that's a little better actually. I think I had it on the wrong setting. One of the settings. I know, y'all are probably like, what the fuck are you doing? I gotta fix my microphone, okay? This is high dollar fucking... This equipment right here is used by audio recording top level professionals.
Money helping your neighbors.
Fuck yeah.
You spend less money on bullets.
They can take some fucking shit, I tell you that. They can take some shit.
I wanna...
I'm sorry. That sound alright now? That sound better?
You're right.
And it's not doing that thing that it was doing as much.
It costs... It's called...
That sound the same though, pretty much?
And for a couple of cents, it can stop the starvation of a small child. For a couple of cents.
That's a mosquito patty?
I'm a grandmother, and I will tell you this, I would do anything to keep my grandchildren from starving. And when USAID funds the program, these packets, how do you think the parents feel? Yeah. The goodwill that we generate.
Have we thought about this though for a second? What we could do with mosquitoes if we just collected them, made patties out of them, made protein bars out of them, and fed them to people. Think of that. That's great.
Now I'll tell you one more story.
Why do we give them actual food?
Anybody here from CARE?
Feeding them bugs, dude.
I hear some people from CARE.
Mark, you've seen the mosquito patty video, haven't you?
I went to a small village in Malawi with CARE, and there I saw a small classroom of little girls being educated. And we saw a program of mothers learning how to make a living. Now why should we care?
Well,
here's why we should care.
Because
ladies, if
somebody
you
needs
know
to
this,
eat those things.
Little girls grow up to be mothers, and mothers influence their children in a big way. And when you educate the girls and you educate the mothers, and you breed economic opportunity, you don't breed terrorism, right? That's what your sign says here. All right, you know what? And here's one last thing. I don't know if I saw this sign, but what happens when we step out? Who steps in?
Hey, baby.
China and Russia is gonna step in. So let me just say again, to thank every single one of you, from the bottom of my heart, all of us, to thank you. Those of you who work for USAID. Yeah, okay. Those of you who care about their families, about them, and our place in the world. We must stand together, and we must fight back, and we must be good neighbors, because, not just because it's the right thing to do for people overseas, it's the right thing to do. Okay, here we go.
Elon Musk has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. Elon Musk has got to go, hey, hey, ho, ho. Elon Musk has got to go, hey,
baby, 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 weird. Weird. Does this sound the same? Ow. No, it doesn't sound the same. Never mind.
USAID saves lives, makes peace, protects our planet, stabilizes our world, does great work. Let's cheer for the men and women of USAID. I'm Senator Crispiness. I've been a senator 14 years, and I have seen the incredible work of local partners, of nonprofits, of USAID around the world. From Kibera in Nairobi at St. Mary's Clinic, handing out life-saving medications, to Indonesia fighting to save a coral reef, to working with counter-cartel human trafficking efforts in Mexico, to helping entrepreneurship in Malawi. Around the world, USAID for decades has advanced American interests and American values. And to mistreat the folks who have delivered this life-saving support for so long is just plain wrong. The difference that you have made, the difference that nonprofit partners like World Vision and Catholic Relief Services and Save the Children and International Rescue Committee and CARE have made makes America safer. When President Trump ran, he said he would make America safe again. Nothing about this makes us safer. There's an Ebola outbreak in Uganda. Helping Uganda fight Ebola makes America safe. There is a Marburg outbreak in Tanzania. Helping Tanzanians fight Marburg makes America safe. There is a crisis of human trafficking in Mexico. Persuading young people not to join gangs, not to be trafficked, not to be taken advantage of, makes America safer. Working to destroy landmines left behind by conflicts, working to rebuild economies made unstable and unsafe by conflict, makes America safe. So, all of these illegal actions of recent days will be challenged in court, will be challenged on the floor of the Congress, and will not stand. If Doge wins and our foreign aid is completely shut down, if Elon Musk wins and our foreign assistance completely ends, who will cheer and who will win? The cartels will win, terrorists will win, Russia will win, China will win. This effort is not efficient, it is not sane, it is not respectful, and it does not make America safe. So let's pull together and tell the real story of foreign aid and the ways that it saves lives, advances our values, and makes our world a better place. Thank you all very much.
I'm Greg Stanton, Congressmember from Arizona. They are cheering in Beijing and Moscow and every corner of the globe where our adversaries have been training for retreat of American leadership.
What's the strategic objective?
Under Democratic administrations and under Republican ones as well. Congress has passed a budget across party lines, providing robust funding for USAID, and it has always had Republican support before, because it is a tool that advances American interests and protects American lives. It fights famine and drought, helps after natural disaster, and promotes economic stability to lessen global migration to our borders. And to the China hawks across the aisle, you know that this action, illegal action by Trump and Musk, hurts our ability to compete with China's Belt and Road Initiative.
What is your plan?
If you want to have the strongest economy on planet Earth, utilizing our soft power is critical. The Chinese Communist Party understands all too well the benefit of soft power. If the United States is serious about winning this global competition with China, well, to borrow its poker term, that is the buy-in. Here's the simple truth. By killing USAID, this attempt by Trump, Elon, and Doge are making the United States less safe. And oh, by the way, they're picking on USAID first, but Trump, Elon, and Doge are setting their sights on
What's your plan? What's your plan? What's your plan? What's your plan? What's your plan?
Funding abolished a congressional appropriation that is directly to my Republican colleagues across the aisle. You may be cheering this act by Trump and Musk, or maybe you're just afraid of Trump and Musk. But let's be clear, they're bypassing you as well, and the American people will hold you accountable. This doesn't stop. until the public and members of Congress on both sides of the aisle stand up and remind Trump that we are co-equal branches of government and we need to restore checks and balances in this country.
So what are you going to do?
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Cory Booker, and it is time for us to fight.
Oh, you're right.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear about how we can fight. The Republicans won the White House. They won the House of Representatives. They won the United States Senate. They have majorities across Congress, but we are not powerless. We have agency, and we all must join together and fight in these ways. But the first thing we cannot do is allow them to weaken us by us turning against each other. This must be a coalition that grows and grows and grows. There can be no bystanders in this fight. It is time that we understand the only thing necessary for wrong to triumph is for right to do nothing, for right to be silent. And so understand this. There are legislators walking through here, but these are the ways we're going to fight. First of all, in the United States Senate, we will not cooperate. We are joining the leadership. We are joining the leadership already stated by Brian Schatz of Hawaii that we will cooperate with no appointments when it comes to the State Department, no appointments when it comes to foreign policy. The first thing we're going to do in the Senate is not cooperate with the illegal and unconstitutional acts that they are trying to do. The second thing we are going to do, and we met this morning, it is in the legal perspective. The second thing we are going to do is we are going to fight this legally in every way we can. We will fight their violation of civil service laws. We will fight their violation of civil rights laws. We will fight their violations of separation of powers. We will fight their violations of our Constitution of the United States of America. We will not shut up. We will stand up. We will speak up. We will rise up. It is time, as the African spiritual says, for us to lift every voice in condemnation of what's going on. We will fight legally. We will fight procedurally, and we will also fight legislatively. From the House of Representatives to the United States Senate, we will be introducing legislation to stop this assault on our Constitution and separation of powers. And lest you think I'm naive, do not categorize this as a left to right fight. This is not about left or right, it's about right and wrong. Demonizing a political party. It is about telling the truth about Donald Trump's actions and Elon Musk's actions. We must as a people appeal to the consciousness of those moderate Republicans that we can get to stand with us on legislation to save USAID. And so again,
Care so much about USA now. It's fucking weird. They were chanting USA. They were chanting Black Lives Matter.
Shut down any processes we can that are complicit in this. We're going to fight legally in the courts across our country. We're going to fight legislatively as well. But the most important way we fight, the most important things all of us have to do together, whether you are a United States Senator or a Congressperson or just an American citizen who is pissed off. Let me tell you this. All of us must speak up. All of us must speak truth to power. This is still the United States of America. You have a voice. You don't just have a voice if you're a billionaire. You have a voice. You don't just have a voice if you're the President of the United States. You have a voice. You don't just have the voice if you're connected or elected. You have a voice. We have already shown as Americans that we can push back and stop Trump. We did it in 2016 with health care. We stopped Trump. We've done it before with his efforts to stop federal funding to our veterans and first responders just about a week ago. We are not powerless. We have agency. This is a democracy. One person matters. Everyone matters. And so the last way we have to fight is by standing together, building our coalition, reaching out to people. Just because you don't agree with everybody on everything, pull them into this fight.
Yep.
Because the work that USAID does
Good, they're
is
getting
to
some food
protect
before it starts
America.
raining.
The work that USAID does is to protect Americans from terrorism and instability, protect Americans from infectious diseases, protect Americans and the global order that helps this nation thrive. You all know what you do with bullies. You stand up to them. But this is not a playground. This is our nation. Donald Trump will not win. History is replete with leaders like him that tried to divide, tried to tear up constitutional orders, tried to break the law, tried to demean and degrade the innocent. History is replete with people that tried to do that. And I only know one way to stop them. I only know one way we're going to win. I only know one pathway to victory, and that is for us to do it together. We the people. Ladies and gentlemen, don't give up. We will face defeats, but we must never be defeated. Don't give up. Do not give up. I am proud to bring to the microphone right now one of the most important voices in global public health. A great American, a great patriot, a man of character and honor. I bring you Dr. Atul Gawande.
Here is what we need to do.
Thank you. So
We need to make the people who are harmed seen. We need the pictures of the people who are being hurt today. They have names.
I was just saying Antifa or that Hamas does.
In Kenya,
Bring the babies up front. Show the bleeding babies.
was saved because a midwife was taught how to
show the
save
bleeding
that baby's
babies.
life. And that baby
Not the
does
babies.
not have a midwife today.
Yeah. Give them money.
I met Poon Sao.
How about they start having less babies? How about that? How about we stop funding Africa to have 8 kids per woman? Can we do that? Why the fuck would we do that? We don't fund our own people to have 8 kids per woman. Why would we fund them to do it? They're feeding them roadkill.
As a community health worker who is able to make sure that people in their community get medicines. There are organizations that have people who are doing this work. We have to show them. Many of you know these people. what I ask is to be brave. Your own organizations are afraid of the attacks that are coming their way. We will be the ones to stand up and show the people who are hurt. I am a surgeon. I am Atul Gawande, who has led global health at USAID for the last 3 years until 2 weeks ago. Until 2 weeks ago, there was a malaria team with world experts, and they are gone. Until 2 weeks ago, there was a TB team, and they are gone. Until 2 weeks ago, there were disease fighters, and they are gone.
They fight their own
not
diseases.
Gone away. So we need you to demand that we let them work. 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 They have called this shock and awe. It is shock and destroy. You cannot dismantle a plane and fire the crew in mid-flight. But that's what an oligarch with unchecked power is doing to life-saving foreign assistance programs. John F. Kennedy founded this organization to win the hearts and minds of the world. Those people are being pulled out,
What the
taking their
fuck
families.
am I looking
Our
at?
teams are
Dude,
making
look,
are
hold
being
up, hold on, commercial break. What the hell? Look at this shit. This guy's at a public. This guy's at a public pool, bathing himself.
He's got so big.
It gets worse.
Oh, it's in the boss. Oh, he's washing his fucking ass. What the fuck? Right, kids, get out of the pool.
Sounds like they're in Europe or somewhere like not in America, but wow. Whoa.
Today, we're pulling covers over our heads, and we are going to face the day. We're going to fight to protect our Constitution.
He's eating it all.
To protect our brothers and sisters who are working on our behalf all over the world. We are going to face the day, and if we have any time to be discouraged, think of the great Martin Luther King, who every day faced a day where death awaited, where every day he faced a day where the forces were against him. But what he found was love and community with the people who worked with him to fight for civil rights. We fought to end the Vietnam War. We are going to fight to protect our Constitution and our democracy and the dignity of people all over this world. We are not going to let Trump destroy our souls and our hearts. Let them work. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hello, my name is Congressman Jonathan Jackson from the great state of Illinois. It is time. People ask, what can we do? Not only should we text and post and blog It's time for us to show up and march and show our disgust at what's happening in our nation. It is time.
She's eating it all.
I am so sick and tired. Who elected Elon Musk
somebody,
to anything?
There's probably people that didn't put food out today because it's raining, because they normally feed dry food. I don't know. Maybe.
Spirit of Mar-a-Lago, the billionaire bros, and all those that must go out of here. Elon Musk has not been elected to anything. Elon Musk should not have access to our personal financial records. We don't need people running our government that have not gone through security clearance. That same spirit that Elon Musk has, coming from South Africa.
Oh.
And Peter
You don't think Elon Musk has a security clearance when he has a government contract with SpaceX? That's just ignorant.
Thiel, coming from South Africa. We're not going to have apartheid in America anymore.
He's probably got a top secret security clearance.
Never, backwards never. Look at how this started. They started with a ban on our books. Then they started with a ban on women's bodies. Then they started with a ban on medicine to the poor. Now they started a ban on the AIDS to those that need it the most. Now we're seeing the most powerful
Put more
man
food
in the
out,
world,
y'all.
Donald J. Trump. And we're seeing the richest man in the world, Elon Musk, now take money and food from the poorest woman and the poorest man on earth. It is time.
You have to take it from anybody, dude. They're fucking, man.
Those in Mar-a-Lago, the billionaire bros, it's time for them to go. In the words of the civil rights, forward ever, backwards never. Forward ever, backwards never. Forward ever, backwards never.
I got it. All right, hi everybody. My name is Bama Athreya, and until 2 weeks ago, I had the honor to serve as a Deputy Assistant Administrator at USAID. The greatest agency in the U.S. government. And I did have to get a top secret security clearance before I started working there, as I recall. Now, I've been following some of this stuff on social media that they've been saying about USAID lately, and there are a couple things that I just don't get, like some words that are getting thrown around, like radical. I asked myself, why would people associate USAID with the word radical? And I started thinking about the work that I had been working on, with my team at USAID. And, we had a lot of work on children, youth, and families. And so I think about, us and the stuff we did, and, we supported partners that would actually, find orphans and children who had been abandoned by their parents and place them with loving, caring families around the world. That's what we were doing. And then we kept working with those children and those families to make sure that they had safe places to go to school and get an education. And then as they got a little older, we gave them the confidence and the tools and the skills through our programs to be able to get jobs or start small businesses if they wanted to, and pay it forward, lift up others in their community through the work they were doing. That's what we did. And, so I thought about this word radical, and I really associated it with terrorist organizations that wanted to recruit those young people. Groups like ISIS and Al-Qaeda and criminal gangs through Latin America that wanted to recruit those young people, but they couldn't because those young people have options. They have options for a better future and a safer future. They're safer because of the work we do, and we're safer because of that work. So, you know who's cheering today? ISIS is cheering. Al-Qaeda is cheering as we recall thousands of people around the world who show up every day to work thinking not about themselves, but thinking about what they can do to make that child safer, to make that family healthier, to give that those young people hope. And so when I think about our wonderful staff around the world, I think about things that young people have said to me as I've gone on my travels and met them. And they've come up to me and they've thanked me. And they haven't thanked me because of the money we put into the programs. They've said to me, "You believed in me." And they've said, "Because you believed in me, I believe in myself." And so we give people that. We give them hope, care, courage. And if you cut AID out of the U.S. government, you cut out the beating heart of our foreign assistance.
My friends, I'm Jeremy Knindike. I am a former USAID official. I am proud to be here with all of you today. I am proud of the work that we have all done on behalf of the American people to better the world. I am here because I love USAID and I believe in the mission of USAID, but also because I love the Constitution and I believe in the Constitution. And we need to be clear that both of those are at risk. The attacks on USAID are attacks on the Constitution. If we are in a country where the richest man can decide that the richest country will no longer help some of the poorest people, we are in a very, very dire place. The attempts to kill USAID will kill people. They will kill people that America has committed to save. This will abandon people that America has committed to support. It will dramatically weaken our country's global influence, and it will empower and embolden our political rivals. Among those who are openly cheering Musk's campaign against USAID are the Houthis in Yemen, are the former president of Russia, Dmitry Medvedev. They do not have America's best interests at heart. They know that if USAID is taken off the board, their jobs get easier, America gets weaker and less safe. I also want to address the people of USAID, you who have committed your careers and your lives to serving your country to advance the welfare of the world. You deserve better. What is happening is a brutal and a shameful betrayal of you who have served your country with bravery, with integrity, with dedication, and with honor. You have been forward deployed on reconstruction teams in war zones. You have brought the global HIV epidemic under control. You have fought famines. You have stabilized fragile economies. You have charged headlong into Ebola hot zones. The vest I'm wearing today, I wore every time I deployed to a crisis zone with USAID. When I put it on this morning, I found in there a pair of gloves that I got, plastic gloves, that I got on one of my trips to the Ebola response in 2014. That is emblematic of the work that USAID does in the world and the risks that USAID personnel take on behalf of their country. You at USAID represent the best face of America abroad, and you deserve better. Yes. I also want to issue a plea to Republican colleagues on the Hill. You know that what is being said about USAID is not true. You know the truth of this agency. Many of you have been on record many times praising the important work of USAID. Speak out. Where are you? Have the bravery, have the courage to speak the truth. Because if we lose USAID, it is a catastrophe for our foreign policy, it is a catastrophe for people who depend on us around the world, and it is a catastrophe for the Constitution. Thank you.
My name is Chris Milligan, and I served my country for 31 years at USAID. Like many of you, thank you for coming today. I hear that USAID is full of radical lunatics. Radical because we believe in the power of America, the power to change lives. We know that America is looked up to around the world as a city on a shining city on a hill. Radical because we engage in a world with compassion, with American values, not only lifting millions out of poverty and oppression, but making America safer and making jobs back here at home. Lunatic? Lunatic. Well, we volunteer in war zones. We are in the most dangerous and challenging places around the world. Unarmed, famines, disasters, military dictatorships, without our families, without our friends, and at a cost. I'm reminded of that when I walk by a memorial wall, which has too many names of Americans who have lost their lives serving their country, our colleagues. Who would do this? Committed, patriotic, radical lunatics who put country first. I proudly served as USAID's counselor in the first Trump administration, and let me tell you something. We did incredible reforms, and we strengthened the workforce. What we're seeing now is quite different. So I ask, what's changed? Most programs now on hold supported President Trump's priorities in his first administration. In fact, every dollar spent is approved by the Secretary and requested as part of the President's budget. So I ask, what's changed? The dedicated staff recently put on administrative leave served President Trump honorably during his first administration, and many were promoted. So what do we ask? What's changed? You know it. This denigration of patriotic Americans is a win for those who want to weaken our country. The creation of America began with these 3 words: we the people. Assistance should serve the American people, not be a plaything of the elites. Don't destroy what you don't understand. Every minute that assistance is frozen weakens America, makes us less secure, and costs us jobs. Let's stop the political theater. Let's protect taxpayers' money. Lift the freeze on foreign assistance. Let patriotic Americans serve their country. Let patriotic Americans serve their country. Untie America's hands. Let's make America safe again. Thank you.
I'm Senator Ed Markey from Massachusetts, and what's dangerous is that people who work for USAID are wearing masks to protect themselves from us. This is a dictatorship in the making. This is an attempt to take over USAID and then use that as the example to take over the EPA and Medicaid and Medicare. Donald Trump, Elon Musk makes unsafe cars, and now he wants to create an unsafe world. And cutting the programs that are at the heart of who we are as a nation. So Elon Musk said over the weekend that he's going to throw USAID into a wood chipper. What else is going into that wood chipper? Healthcare, democracy, fighting for the rights of those who are most desperate around the world, and sending a message that he is going to do the same for those who are most desperate in the United States of America itself. This is an historic moment. This is the time when we have to stand up and to fight, to not stand on the sidelines, to have people by the millions are going to have to stand up and protest. When we come back here the next time, there should be hundreds of thousands and millions of people descending on Washington, D.C. We need a march for freedom. We need a march for democracy. We need a march for justice, not just for people in our country, but all around the world. We are the moral force of the world. We are a democracy that people look up to. That building, that Statue of Freedom is the most famous building in the world, and there's a reason, because in every village in the world, in every hut in the world, they know that the United States stands for freedom and liberty, and that building is a symbol to all of them of what they and their countries should aspire to. When I went to Liberia, USAID was there to help with Ebola. When I went to Cape Verde, USAID was there to help with Zika. When I went to Nigeria, USAID was there to help with malaria. Yes, to help those people, but to prevent the spread of those diseases around the world. We want to make sure that we are providing that protection. That is who all of you are. That is what USAID represents, the best of our country, the best of who we are, the best of what we have to be as a nation. Elon Musk and Donald Trump are the worst of what our country stands for. The only way to take back our government is to take to the streets by the millions.
Elon Musk is the worst. Right. Okay.
The world. Otherwise, they are coming for our
Like, what the fuck are these idiots doing to help anybody? Elon Musk gave us free speech. These fucking people are ridiculous. And the people that fucking follow them and believe in what they're saying are even more ridiculous.
Unfreeze USAID.
God, they're just sheep. They're fucking sheep.
Let us get up and fight. Let us get up and resist until we have reclaimed the reason why we fought that American Revolution, and it was to make
Good.
sure
I'm glad they're getting
that we
fired.
again lived under a dictator.
We need to make cuts in our fucking government, and they're finally doing it.
What our country stood for. Let's get up.
Nobody wants to get fired, you know? Everybody thinks their job is necessary. Everybody's gonna do this that gets fired. They're gonna all be like, "Nay, we're needed. Look at how needed we were." Well, apparently you're not needed anymore, you assholes. Time moves on. Things change. Fuck. The bloated government that we had today, this is why it is like that. Because these people think that they can just have a job for the rest of their lives. And let's make more jobs. Yes.
Time to use our voice to stand up for what we believe in.
Fuck you, bitch, you're fired. I love it.
Now, call your senators, sign these petitions.
Fired.
Do not let democracy
Go
die.
be a cashier somewhere.
Other protests going on this week. I hope to see you all there. There's one in front of the Department of Labor at 3 p.m. today. And if you have any more questions,
what do they really fucking do at work?
go to USA.
Move money around?
Thank you again.
Oh, you need help? Oh, let me see if I can get you to help. Toot, toot, toot. Hey, this African community needs some condoms. Can you send them some? Oh, let me see. Toot, toot, toot. Hey, can we send this African some condoms? We have it in the budget. Yeah, we got it. Okay. Toot, toot, toot. Alright, we're gonna send them to you. Alright, bye. Honey, had a rough day at work today. Had to figure out how to get Somalia some condoms. Got it done though. We got it done. Had to talk to 3 people. And I put my signature on something. Like they're going out into the fucking African fields and being like, what are the religious people that
You will not be silent. So let me
do
hear
that?
you.
And I go into like some jungle village and being like, hey, America would like to help you guys.
Let's hear for him.
Here's what we can do for you. Please don't blow dart me and eat me. You know what I mean? Missionaries. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. Yeah, they're not doing anything like that. They're just sitting in an office signing papers and shit and making phone calls.
All of you for coming. I'm proud to represent the great state of Maryland, United States.
And they're probably not even in our office. They were probably doing their work from home. Sending emails was their job.
And all the patriotic Americans who helped organize.
And it ain't the first. Because, wasn't there that leak just recently of, I don't remember if they were government workers or not, but it was 2 chicks that were at a pool, and they were bragging on TikTok or something about, yeah, we're at work right now, doing such and such. Y'all remember that video? Hold up, man. If y'all aren't gonna remember, I gotta bring it up. They got fired for it. Here, somebody talked about it. I'll just play the little story that somebody has on it.
My coworkers keep saying I need to make it like a TikTok, because if you look at my TikTok, you'd never guess I have a job. So, anyways, this is our current workstation. Callie and I are what you call product managers. Callie, what is your team over?
My team is over reporting and internal tools.
And I am over what we call card experience. So we work on like anything from activating your credit card.
Okay, so no, these aren't government workers, but this is like, you get my point. This is probably what our government workers have been doing.
Reissue, shipping, all the good stuff. What's a PM?
We help prioritize and help the engineers stay on track and help them know what to build so that you have a product to use.
Yeah, exactly. So you might have a team, like the engineers actually do the developing, the coding, which is the impressive part. Designers also do the impressive part, which is everything you see when you're in a software. Product managers essentially decide what the team's going to work on, do competitive research, prioritize bugs, keep everyone focused, motivated, and driving towards business outcomes. So that's what we do. And we work from home, which means you work from the internet.
So this is our office today.
Thanks for tuning in. I hope all you coworkers are happy. I'm branching out into the tech niche.
My thing go. Where did my thing go? There it is.
Es que tío.
Oh, it's playing the next video in the.
Like freezing important resources that flow to communities and very important priorities in our communities. And I am confident that we will also see the courts put an end to this illegal action with respect to AID.
I thought you were Simon.
And make no
mistake, what's happening in AID is just the test case. It is just the test case for what they want to do throughout the government, which is they want billionaires to take over the process. And so you're right, we should have no business as usual in the United States Congress. And Senator Schatz and I have said no Trump appointees to the State Department if they don't reopen AID. So this is part of a much bigger plan. Make no mistake, it's part of a bigger plan to replace hardworking federal employees who are sworn to uphold the Constitution, to replace them with Trump political cronies. And the end game that they want to secure is once they get the keys to government, they do want to provide huge tax breaks and big giveaways to the wealthiest in America at the expense of everybody else in America. Are we going to let that happen? No! Hell no. So I will end with this. We are witnessing in real time the most corrupt bargain in American history. Elon Musk paid over $250 million to help elect Donald Trump. And now Donald Trump is turning over the keys to the Treasury and the rest of the federal government to Elon Musk. We need to end this illegal power grab, and we are going to do it now. We are not going back. Thank you all for being here. And now let me turn it over to one of my great colleagues.
First of all, any Virginians in the House? So, Chris, thank you. We were just at banking 10 minutes ago because in talking about the fact that America's reputation is based upon rule of law, it's based upon the ideas that nobody's above the law, and we all ought to be concerned. There's banking committee that you've got folks we don't know anything about looking at potentially all of our personal information.
What do you mean? Dude. Or you're saying, oh, I know who he's talking about. He's not talking about Elon Musk. He's talking about the people who Elon Musk hired, apparently. They don't know anything about those people. Would they normally know about every FBI agent, though? In a situation like this? Like they might know who the director of the FBI is, but they're not going to know they don't vet every single agent, so why should they have to vet every single person that Elon Musk puts in a position? He's already been vetted. That's good enough. Right?
All of the money flows that go out of Treasury, the banking committee needs to bring up those folks who are illegally in Treasury and have them testify. So, you know, I'm really proud of my activities on the Intelligence Committee. Tim's on the Armed Services Committee. The national security of America is not simply based upon who's got the most tanks and guns. It is based upon our reputation. It is based upon the great work that AID does. We've got to make sure, and Tim has said this more eloquently, whether it is the folks who've been furloughed or the people who are taking potentially Trump's illegal buyout offer, which there is no funding for at all, to think twice. We've got to make sure we get the AID workers back, get AID reopened, because as Chris said, where this is being celebrated right now is Beijing. It's Beijing. And until we can end up not letting China into this spot, we're making America less strong. And look at who we are voting against and standing up against. Tim, take it.
Okay, you guys want to hear what we're doing to stop this?
Holy shit.
Litigation strategy, a state court strategy, a legislative strategy in Congress, and a political strategy, right? So let us start with the fact. Let us start with the litigation strategy. You have seen us succeed in numerous court cases in the last few days, and we're going to win a whole lot more court cases. There is a coordinated effort that we are all involved with.
Yeah, but the
5
thing
different
is,
kinds of lawsuits against this administration.
Trump is keeping y'all
we're
busy.
Very engaged in, and here are the 5 suits to protect federal employees, including USAID employees. Suits to protect fundamental constitutional rights like birthright citizenship. Suits to protect the
birthright
power of the
citizenship.
purse. Money's allocated by
Your
Congress
power of the purse,
cannot
bitch.
be stolen.
You look
by
like you
president.
carry a
They have
purse.
to be used in the way they were allocated. Suits to stop private parties
You know
from
what I'm saying?
rampaging through federal agencies.
His wife's like, honey, would you carry my purse? It's
Elon
heavy.
Musk. I called him Elon Trump. I'm sorry.
Of course, sweetie.
Freudian slip.
Always.
Finally, suits to stop mass deportation and unfair treatment of people based
Wears it on his
where
shoulder.
they're from. These are going on right now because of these members of Congress and organizations around this country, and Donald Trump is going to get tired of us winning so many of these lawsuits.
Him and Kamala Harris's husband do it together.
Two, in states with Democratic governors, you see Democratic legislatures and governors standing up against these unlawful actions. In Virginia, we have a Republican governor who won't stand up. And guess what? We've got 2 Democratic houses in Virginia, and those houses are standing up. So reach out to your state legislatures and tell them they can help in this too, and they are. Third is in Congress. We've got both legislative opportunities, nominations, but in the next 6 weeks, there is a budget battle in Congress, and Democrats will use our tools in that budget battle to stand up and make sure we get this stuff stopped as part of getting a budget done between now and the 14th of March. Finally, the Republicans are going to put a bill on the table.
Should I put on my thumbnail, no Democrats allowed?
Breaks to the wealthiest. Why are they wanting to shut down
Democrats
USAID?
not
It's
welcome.
Not that they really oppose the mission. They're
get more
grabbing
views.
money. They want to grab money from forcing federal employees to retire and shrinking the federal workforce. They want to grab money by not giving grants to organizations like the Child Fund, headquartered in Richmond, that's been doing international aid work for more than a century. Why do they want to grab the money? They want to put tariffs on products from other countries, which are
do you guys
taxes
think?
on everyday Americans for the goods that they buy. They're grabbing the money so that
Democrats
when they put a tax bill on the table in the next
suck
6 weeks,
Elon
they can
penis.
give it all away to Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and other rich folks, and we will not let
Oh, I
them
could
do
get in trouble for that probably.
These are battles that are happening right now. We have a coordinated strategy, but I've left out the last piece, the political one. We are where we are because we lost the presidential election and we lost 2 houses in November. We have a lot more tools in majority than we do in minority. I'm very happy in Virginia because the first big race that's going to show America what it thinks about a new Trump term is the governor's race in Virginia in November. If you are here and you're a Virginian, in that opening round, let's show the American public a right direction to counter the wrong direction. So for those of you who say you want something done, I'll go back to it. States, courts, Congress, politics, we need it all. Thanks.
Let me just add, you're going to see us do our job. Here's what I ask you. Don't just show up here. Don't just show up here. They're not choosing. I'm with community health centers today in Virginia. They're getting shut down in red parts of the state and blue parts of the state. If you don't show up at your local elected officials, at your state legislators, we're only going to break this when we have Republicans willing to stand up as well. Put the pressure not just on us, but on everyone, every elected official level. That's the only way we're going to win this. Thank you.
And
Congressman John Garamendi. 60 years ago in Ethiopia, my wife and I were involved in putting an end to smallpox all across this nation. All these years, all these decades.
Oh, that's why this sounds weird.
The American government working through USAID has been out there. And who the hell does Musk think he is? He has absolutely no right in shutting down USAID. We cannot allow that. We've got to take to the streets. We've got to take to the rallies. We've got to fight back, and we must resist every motion, every action by Musk and Trump to shut down this government. You have to do that. You're here today. You've got to be on the streets tomorrow. Know this, that in the Congress, we must equally resist what is happening. We cannot let it go on. We must resist. We must be in the streets. We must take every possible action to stop what is happening. Musk has no right, cannot have the information from the Treasury, cannot have it. The Department of Education is next, the Department of Labor. Resistance all across this nation. We must not let it happen. Right now, we know that across the world, USAID employees are brought back. We know that the programs are being shut down. Don't let it happen. Resist at every motion. And for those of us in Congress, it is no and hell no. If you expect our help, then this has to stop. Let me introduce my colleagues in Congress.
All right.
From Massachusetts, I want to tell you this. For those of you that are here, that are workers, that have worked for the State Department, that have worked for USAID, I want to thank you for your work. You're making our country strong, and I want to tell you, you are the patriots. Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! Do your job! There's something else at stake here, too. The rule of law, Donald Trump is breaking the statutes, breaking the Constitution, and we're not going to let him do it. You're not going to let him do it. Because we must win as he floods the zone. We must stand up. Thank you for being here. Let's keep the fight. It's just the beginning.
Do your job. Do your job.
I'm Congressman Gregory Meeks from the state of New York and the ranking. And I'm here today first to say thank you to the hard-working men and women of USAID. They are heroes, they are working Americans who have taken an oath not to a king but to a country. They are the people that put their families at risk to make sure that we are helping people around the world so that we can also stay safe here at home. They are people who are real patriots. They stand alongside our military and others to make sure that the world knows who we are as Americans and that we care. They are the individuals who fight to make sure that when we working collective together, that we will get rid of HIV and AIDS with PEPFAR. They are the individuals to make sure that polio does not last and continue and go around the world. They are the ones that are fighting to make sure that Ebola is not in Africa, is not in the United States, or no place around the world. They are the ones that are making sure that people eat and know how to grow farms and agriculture for families so that they can live and have a better resources. They are the ones that should be awarded and taken care of and thought of and not closing down 93 missions around the world, because when we do that, who benefits? I'll tell you who benefits. When we close down those 93 missions around the world, I'll tell you who benefits. China benefits. Russia benefits. Those that don't mean us well benefits. Our national security is hurt. This is a national security interest to keep us safe at home as well as we do and take care and defend democracy around the world.
lives of children infected with HIV because we cut off their medicine. It's about children starving as famine spreads. So let me conclude just say to the staff of USAID.
Why the fuck can't they pay for their own medicine in Africa?
Critical programs.
Stop having so many kids and maybe giving each other AIDS.
You deserve something more than illegal shock and wave tactics to close the agency and have maligned your good work. Indeed, America now is less safe than it was a week ago. And without soft power,
Africa's like, hey, we got the medication now, though. It's okay.
And we know that only brings war and more suffering. We know that
It's just okay. We got the medication.
deepen when we're not there to help. How long before the
America gives us the medication. We don't need the condoms.
backyard? How long if we get rid of Dr. King was
Maybe if they were dying from it, they would be like, hey, maybe we shouldn't be getting this disease. We're dying from it.
That's why we got to stay together for the goodness of the American people and the goodness that we spread around the world. I proudly wear the hat.
We can keep people alive forever with it. Look at Magic Johnson. So, but it's a ton of pills, and it's not cheap. What are we doing, man? Let them learn their fucking lesson. Let them die. If enough of them start dying, they'll be like, hey, man, maybe we should actually use those condoms. America's not going to give us the AIDS medication anymore. Shit, and we can't make it out here in the jungle.
To raise the visibility of the extraordinary good work of the selfless folks who work for USAID. Let's Thank you for recognizing all these signs that say USAID saves lives. Lives are now at stake. Lives are now being lost as a result of this unlawful taking, this grotesque cruelty of the Trump administration. For those of you who said, do your job, that's exactly what we have to do, and that is exactly why we are standing here.
Let's go! Shut down the house.
I want to say thank you to you. Do not fatigue. These are not normal times. What is going on is corrupt, it is cruel, it is chaotic, it is lawless, it is unconstitutional, and that's the point. Do not go home. Please stay with us, bring more people to us, and demand the same of our Republican colleagues. A president who swore an oath that he doesn't even understand. I don't think he even read it. So stay with us, grow our numbers, bring larger crowds. We're going to be doing this at every level. You saw, Education Department is next. This is intentional. They don't want an educated electorate. They want to sow fear and chaos so that they can grab the power and the money to themselves. Stay with us. Demand the Republicans join us and speak out. Thank you.
My name is Latifah Simon, and
Medicine time.
USAID has kept the peace in the globe, and now we are going back. I want to be clear. That our democracy, and I hope you all agree with me, is on life support. In fact, it is in hospice. I want us to be clear that as Democrats who are coming here and standing in front of you, it is our duty to hold the line. It is our duty to act and not just talk. It is our duty to hold our votes. It is our duty to ensure that this administration doesn't take us back to an America in 1952, an apartheid America. It is important that we hold the line to accuse these folks of the law that they are that loves its neighbor, claims to love a God that blesses its people, to heal the sick, and to take care of the widow, to take care of the child with no mother, no father. We honestly must ask this party to reevaluate its own relationship with God. We will move forward.
I'm Congressman Jason Crow from Colorado, and I am here to stand with my USAID friends, those who spread out around the world to prevent starvation and famine and to spread democracy. You are seen, and we are here to fight with you and for you. Listen, this issue is extremely personal to me, like it is to many of you. I spent much of my 20s being sent to war under false pretenses. I was a paratrooper and an Army Ranger. I fought in Iraq and Afghanistan. And I was sent to war with my friends, with my fellow Americans, young men and women, many of whom I saw shed blood and die for this country. And they were sent there by billionaires and energy executives and others who sacrificed nothing, who made profit off of those wars. And that's why I'm actually standing here today. I ran for Congress to prevent that from happening again. And that's why many of you are here today. Because we owe it to our young men and women, we owe it to our fellow Americans not to do that again. We know that the investment we make in foreign aid is not charity. Right? We know that extremism and danger breeds off of starvation and hopelessness and fear. And that the investments that we make and the work that you all put in, putting your lives on the line, your families on the line, dedicating your lives to this work, prevent conflict, spread democracy, and prevent our young men and women from having to go and fight more needless wars. So yes, the assault of Elon Musk and Donald Trump and his billionaires and the energy executives is not an accident. They want to gut these efforts to make money, to make profit, to spread instability around the world. We will not let it happen. You have some fighters here behind me. We are here because we are prepared to fight. We will litigate, we will organize, we will communicate, we will use all the leverages available to us during the appropriations and budgeting process. We will fight hard with you and for you. Thank you. Let's get it done.
Thank you, Jason. I'm Dina Titus. I represent Southern Nevada. Let me thank all of you for being here today to speak out in favor of this wonderful agency that does such terrific work all around the world, from East Timor to Finland. You are on the front lines, and all the countries in between. And the people you serve, thank you too. They may not know you by name, they may not know you here, but they know their lives are made better by all the things that you do.
Like the Bay of Pigs.
What the fuck?
It was a CIA-led operation aimed at overthrowing Cuba's Fidel Castro.
What?
They failed.
Ended. I thought I heard them saying something. 50 states, 50 protests, St. Paul protesting. Rainbow flags out. Official.
Federal government and ensure it's accountable to American taxpayers. That's all that is happening here. And for Democrat officials and his administration.
Boom.
Good to see you all. Good afternoon, everybody. Good to see you all. President Trump is in charge and America is back. This week further demonstrated that the Trump effect is real. Over the weekend, Americans celebrated the return of American-Israeli citizen Keith Siegel and 2 Israelis who were held captive by Hamas terrorists since October 7th, 2023. President Trump and his administration worked diligently to secure their release and are committed to freeing all remaining hostages. Yesterday, as you all know, President Trump held his first foreign meeting at the White House with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And as the president said, the bonds of friendship and affection between the American and Israeli people have endured for generations and are absolutely unbreakable. The president is committed to eliminating Hamas and securing a lasting peace for the entire region. The historic proposal for the United States to take over Gaza, announced by President Trump last night, underscores this commitment. Insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. President Trump is an outside-of-the-box thinker and a visionary leader who solves problems that many others, especially in this city, claim are unsolvable. We've already seen the results from President Trump's bold peace-through-strength diplomacy on the world stage. In response to President Trump's tariffs this week, both Mexico and Canada took immediate steps to alleviate the illegal alien migration and flow of deadly drugs, particularly fentanyl, into our country. Mexico's President Claudia Sheinbaum agreed to permanently supply 10,000 Mexican soldiers on the U.S. border who will be specifically designated to stopping fentanyl and criminal aliens from pouring into our country. And Canada's Prime Minister Justin Trudeau agreed to appoint a fentanyl czar, list cartels as terrorists, and increase resources to assist the 10,000 frontline personnel at our northern border with Canada. In recognition of these steps, President Trump paused the implementation of tariffs for 1 month while negotiations continue and final deals can be structured. Throughout the transition and during his inaugural address, President Trump made it known that the United States cannot and will not allow the Chinese Communist Party to continue with its effective and growing control over the Panama Canal. Following Secretary Rubio's successful first trip and visit there over the weekend, Panama's president said he will allow participation in the Chinese Communist Party's, it will no longer allow the participation in the Belt and Road Initiative. That participation will expire. This is significant because Panama was the first Latin American nation to join Belt and Road and now becomes the first to back away from it because of President Trump. And to assist with the ongoing mass deportation effort, El Salvador's president has agreed to the most unprecedented migratory agreement anywhere in the world. Because President Trump is back in charge, El Salvador has offered for illegal aliens of any nationality facing deportation in the U.S. to be booked in his country's prison system. And finally, President Trump's envoy for special missions, Rick Grenell, traveled to Venezuela and not only secured the release of 6 American hostages, but Venezuela also agreed to accept the return of illegal alien Tren de Aragua gang members. All of these incredible victories prove how well President Trump's peace-through-strength approach is working. And the days of weak American leadership are over. In another success story this week, efforts to seal the border, halt the invasion, and carry out the largest mass deportation campaign continue at lightning speed. Customs and Border Protection has approximately 79 miles of new border wall projects already underway in various stages of construction and planning. The first flights arrived to Guantanamo Bay yesterday afternoon out of El Paso. And who were some of the passengers aboard, you may ask? There were 10 members of the transnational gang Tren de Aragua on this flight. And overall, our heroic ICE agents continue to prioritize the removal of violent criminal illegal aliens in communities across the country. On February 3rd, ICE Dallas arrested a citizen of Nicaragua who has been convicted of sexual assault, strong arm, and lewd acts with a minor and sentenced to 15 years in prison. ICE Los Angeles arrested a Mexican citizen who has been convicted of lewd acts with a minor and sentenced to 364 days. And ICE Atlanta arrested a citizen of Mexico who has been convicted of homicide by vehicle and hit and run and sentenced to 6 months confinement. And ICE New York arrested a Venezuelan national and known TDA gang member who has a prior criminal conviction for assault in the 3rd degree causing physical injury. Americans are safer every single time one of these criminals is arrested and deported from our country. On another important and ongoing topic, the Senate is working fast to confirm President Trump's exceptional cabinet nominees in the face of relentless media smear campaigns. As of right now, 12 members of the president's cabinet have been confirmed, most recently Pam Bondi, who, as you all know, I was just in the Oval Office for that swearing-in ceremony surrounded by Pam's lovely family, and we look forward to watching her serve as the Attorney General of the United States. According to CNN, President Trump is getting more cabinet picks confirmed so far than the average president in the modern era. Another success story. And we believe it's critical that Republicans in the Senate majority stay tough and keep their foot on the gas to confirm all of the remaining nominees as quickly as possible so we can continue President Trump's important work here at the White House and across our entire federal government. And lastly, throughout his historic campaign, President Trump pledged to restore common sense to our country. And he is continuing to deliver on that with an executive order that he will sign later today. The president will be signing an executive order keeping men out of women's sports to defend the safety of athletes, protect competitive integrity, and uphold the promise of Title IX. This common sense action from President Trump ends the disgusting betrayal of women and girls by the administration, who for years catered to radical activists who wanted biological males to be treated as women in workplace showers, competitive sports, prisons, and even rape shelters. Gender ideology insanity is over. Submissions from individuals across the country interested in participating in our new media seat at a future briefing continue to flood in. We are at more than 12,000 and counting. If you're watching right now and are interested, you can continue to apply on our new media website, whitehouse.gov/newmedia. And in the seat today, we have a longtime national television broadcaster. I'm sure many of you recognized her when she came in, Sage Steele, who is now the host of an incredibly successful podcast, The Sage Steele Show, on YouTube and all podcast platforms. And previously, Sage was a fixture at ESPN from 2007 to 2023, primarily hosting SportsCenter, which we all know well, before leaving the company to exercise her First Amendment rights more freely. We are honored to welcome her to the briefing room today. She will be joining the president at the big EO signing later this afternoon. I know many of you will be there as well. So Sage, why don't you kick us off on this very exciting day for women and girls across the country. Thank you for joining us.
It is exciting, and Caroline, thank you for welcoming people like me with a little bit of a different perspective, different background in this seat. It really does mean a lot. Thank you. Obviously, the House already passed the Protection of Women and Girls in Sports Act, which was a really big step for women and girls. So far, the Senate, as we know, has not brought it up to vote. We all know executive orders can be overturned, so I'm wondering how important it is to the president to get Congress to bring this, to pass legislation, so there are no instances like the past administration that really tried to destroy Title IX.
It's incredibly important that Congress immediately acts on this priority. I think the president is really setting the tone, making this a very immediate priority for this administration, just as he promised on the campaign trail. And I'd like to get into the executive order a little bit, because it is the news of the day here at the White House, and talk about what this executive action will actually do. So the executive order that the president will be signing later this afternoon, as I said, upholds the promise of Title IX. It also will require the DOJ to abide by the nationwide previous administration's illegal Title IX rewrite that would have dissolved single-sex spaces and opportunities. It also requires immediate action, including enforcement actions against schools and athletic associations comprised of schools that deny women single-sex sports in single-sex locker rooms. The executive order also calls for the convening of private sporting bodies in the White House. We want them to come to this campus so the president can hear in person the stories of female athletes who have suffered lifelong injuries, who have been silenced and forced to shower with men and compete with men on athletic fields across the country. Many of those women will be at the White House today. I encourage all of you in the media to actually talk to them to hear their stories. I would also just add one more thing. This is a wildly popular position with the American people. In fact, there was a new poll recently that showed the overwhelming majority of Democrats also support keeping biological men out of women's sports. And so I know the president is very excited about the bill signing that will take place at 3 o'clock this afternoon. You will hear from him more on that later, and we look forward to seeing you there, Sage. So thank you very, very much. Garrett, great to see you here today.
Thank you. On Gaza, the president has spent basically his entire public career criticizing foreign entanglements, nation building, sending American troops to fight abroad, particularly in the Middle East. This plan seems like it could ultimately involve all of those things. Can you explain this reversal and how building and owning Gaza squares with America First foreign policy?
I would reject the premise of your question that this forces the United States to be entangled in conflicts abroad. The president has not committed to putting boots on the ground in Gaza. He has also said that the United States is not going to pay for the rebuilding of Gaza. His administration is going to work with our partners in the region to reconstruct this region. And let me just take a step back here, because this is an out-of-the-box idea. That's who President Trump is. That's why the American people elected him. And his goal is lasting peace in the Middle East for all people in the region. And as I said in my opening remarks, we've had the same people pushing the same solutions to this problem for decades. And it's been made very clear to the president that the United States needs to be involved in this rebuilding effort to ensure stability.
Okay, I changed the thumbnail.
That does not
Is that
mean
better?
boots on the ground in Gaza.
I
It
can
does not
change
mean
it
American
again.
taxpayers
Oh, the
will be funding
possum.
this effort.
Possum's
It means
eating.
Donald Trump, who is the best deal
That's
maker
good.
on the planet, is going to strike a deal with our partners in the region.
He did not rule out American troops in Gaza last night. Are you doing that now?
I am saying that the president has not committed to that just yet.
Wonder if
He
I
has
should
not
put
made that
something else
commitment, and you know
out
that.
there.
And on the foreign
Oh,
partners,
no.
the Jordanians, the Egyptians, the Saudis have already panned this plan. What foreign partners, if any, have expressed any interest in being part of it?
Well, the president has said he's been socialing this idea for quite some time.
Put
He's
some
been thinking about
vegetables
this.
out
He
there
said in
for
his
it.
remarks last night, this was not a decision or an announcement that he takes lightly. And the president has already spoken to the President al-Sisi. In fact, that was his first foreign leader call. He's meeting with the King of Jordan, King Abdullah, next week. He spoke with the King of Bahrain. He spoke with the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And he has made it very clear. He's been very vocal that he expects our partners in the region, particularly Egypt and Jordan, to accept Palestinian refugees temporarily so that we can rebuild their home. I'd like to show you some images of Gaza that were taken. Fox News aired this. I mean, that is, as they put it, in an apocalyptic scene in Gaza. This is an uninhabitable place for human beings. Do you really think that families can live their dream in a region that looks like this, with no running water, no electricity? And the special envoy, the president, Steve Witkoff, recently traveled to Gaza, as you all know. And he came back with images that he showed the president of the dire situation here. And the president made this decision with a humanitarian heart for all people in the region. Peter.
Thank you, Caroline. Are any officials here preparing to fight Democratic lawmakers in the streets?
Absolutely not.
So some
And
of these,
thanks for the question.
some elected Democrats are so steamed about Doge. Congresswoman LaMonica McIver says we are at war. Ilhan Omar says we might actually see somebody get killed. And Chris Van Hollen says we have to fight this in the Congress. We have to fight this in the streets. So what now?
And may I just point out, if you heard that type of violent, enticing rhetoric from our side of the aisle, from Republican leaders on Capitol Hill, I think there would be a lot more outrage in this room today. It's unacceptable, the comments that have been made by these Democrat leaders, and frankly, they don't even know what they're talking about. Because President Trump was elected with a mandate from the American people to make this government more efficient. He campaigned across this country with Elon Musk, vowing that Elon was going to head up the Department of Government Efficiency, and the two of them, with a great team around them, were going to look at the receipts of this federal government and ensure it's accountable to American taxpayers. That's all that is happening here. And for Democrat officials to incite violence and encourage Americans to take to the streets is incredibly alarming, and they should be held accountable for that rhetoric.
It sounds like something that they're most concerned about is Doge engineers with Treasury systems. Can you clarify? Do the Doge engineers have read-only access in these systems, so they are not allowed to write new code? They are not. Okay. And then one more thing. NBC is reporting that some of the illegal immigrants that we've seen rounded up and arrested are not being deported. They're being released with ankle or wrist monitoring devices, or they have to check in on the phone. So is the administration arresting more people than you have room for?
I have seen the reports, and I'm glad you brought it up because we want to address it. There have been a total of 461 illegal aliens. This is of this morning when I got this information from DHS that have been released from custody of the more than 8,000 that have been arrested since President Trump was inaugurated. It's less than 6%, and there are reasons for their release. Some of the factors include a lack of significant likelihood of removal in the foreseeable future, lack of detention availability, which is something this president and this administration has been incredibly vocal about. We are doing everything we can to deport and detain illegal immigrants, but we need Congress's help to increase funding for Border Patrol and for ICE to increase detention capability in our facilities. And then other serious medical conditions have also been the reasons for some of the release of these individuals. But none of them have final deportation orders. Many of them are probably contesting their immigration status. I'd refer you to DHS for more details, but I did get that information because I knew it'd be a question, so thank you. Sure. Yes.
The president and you here again today have made clear, given the devastation, you think Palestinians have no choice but to leave Gaza and go elsewhere. But Palestinians say this is their home. They don't want to go. The president last night said he's willing to use the military if necessary. Is the U.S. prepared to remove Palestinians from Gaza by force?
The president is prepared to rebuild Gaza for Palestinians and all people in the region, peace-loving people who want real economic development and opportunity in the region. This is a region that has been controlled by Iranian-backed terrorists, Hamas, who have brutalized not just Israelis but Palestinians too. It is because of Hamas that you see those images on that screen, that Gaza has become a demolition site because Hamas launched that brutal attack on Israel on October the 7th. And so again, I would stress, President Trump wants to ensure that this can be a place where all people can live in peace. He is a peacemaker in chief. He made that very clear in his first term. And as for how that will be accomplished, the president and his team are talking with our allies in the region to consider next steps.
But should the American people be prepared to see U.S. military on the ground fighting a ground war against Hamas?
Again, the president has not committed to U.S. troops in the region.
But it is an option.
I have said that the president has not committed to that yet. Sure.
If I could just follow up on that, though, why not rule out the idea of committing U.S. troops? This has been a long-standing argument that the president has made really over the last decade or so, talking about endless wars and not something the U.S. wants. Why not rule out troops?
Because I think the president is very good when he's making deals and negotiating not to rule out anything because he wants to preserve that leverage in negotiations. And so I think that's what he's doing here. Mary.
Follow up on that, though. He also said that everyone loves this plan. He said that in the Oval Office this morning. Sure. In fact, the Deputy Prime Minister of Jordan called it a declaration of war on the Arab people. So how does he square the fact that even some Republicans on the Hill are objecting to this or questioning this? How does he square the fact saying everyone loves this plan?
Well, King Abdullah of Jordan will be here next week, so I can provide you more context on the conversations he will have directly with the President of the United States after that meeting. And I would just point out that there's been a lot of leaders and officials all around the world who have doubted, I suppose, the deal-making ability of President Trump. You heard the Panama leader saying that would not agree to some of the concessions that he has now made because of Secretary Rubio's visit. You had the Colombian president saying he wouldn't accept flights of Colombian illegal nationals who have entered into our country illegally, and those flights are underway. So actions speak louder than words. Dasha. Caroline, you said the president has been working on this idea for a while behind the scenes now. Is there a written plan based on the president's proposal for Gaza? And if so, when was it drafted and who had a hand in that? The plan was written in the president's remarks last night as he revealed it to the world and to the American people, and his team are continuing to be engaged on this effort. I saw the National Security Advisor this morning. He has a very busy day of calls, and they will, again, continue to engage with our partners. That includes Steve Witkoff as well. Mary.
Two questions for you on the news of the day. So how is today's executive order going to impact the 2028 Summer Olympics in Los Angeles? For example, would a man who thinks that he's a transgender woman be allowed to compete as a female on U.S. soil?
It's a very good question, and the president has actually mentioned this, that he does expect the Olympic Committee and the NCAA to no longer allow men to compete in women's sports. And I think the president, with the signing of his pen, starts a very public pressure campaign on these organizations to do the right thing for women and for girls across the country. Again, this is an incredibly popular position. There have been many notable female athletes who have had the courage to speak out against some very powerful institutions in this country. They deserve to have a voice and a say. The president is bringing their voice to the highest level at the White House this afternoon, and he expects these organizations to comply with this federal executive order that he'll be signing today.
Thank you. And one more, on media coverage of this executive order and the topic in general, what's the White House's view of framing that calls men transgender females or similar rhetoric coming from organizations like the ACLU and GLAAD?
Well, it's been very clear. The policy of this administration is that there are only two sexes, male and female. Pretty simple. Brian Glenn.
Yes.
Okay, both of those, I've got squash and cucumber out there. I don't know if I chopped it up small enough for that little guy or not. Didn't seem to be interested in it at all. I don't know. He might be sick. Something, maybe straight off from mama. Doesn't know what's going on. I don't know. Kind of yellow squash. And mini cucumber. But it's also okay if cats eat that, so as long as they're not scarfing down on it.
USA ID has gotten a lot of attention in the last couple of days with some of these bizarre things that we've been, taxpayers have been funding. Now it looks like there are a couple media outlets that have been dragged into this conversation as far as USA ID funding as well. Does the president have any comment on that?
So upon coming out here to the briefing room, I was made aware of the funding from USAID to media outlets, including Politico, who I know has a seat in this room. And I can confirm that the more than $8 million taxpayer dollars that have gone to essentially subsidizing subscriptions to Politico on the American taxpayers' dime will no longer be happening. The DOJ team is working on canceling those payments now. Again, this is a whole of government effort to ensure that we are going line by line when it comes to the federal government's books. And this president and his team are making decisions across the board on, do these receipts serve the interests of the American people? Is this a good use of the American taxpayers' money? If it is not, that funding will no longer be sent abroad, and American taxpayers will see significant savings because of that effort. Thank you. I'd like to give some love to the back row. I've heard that unfortunately they haven't been called on in years past. So Reagan, why don't you go ahead?
Thanks, Caroline. The WHC announced that comedian Amber Ruffin, who has called the president a toddler with his pants pulled down, will be the entertainment for this year's Correspondents' Dinner. Does the White House have a reaction to this choice, and will the president be attending the dinner this year?
Certainly an interesting choice. I have the president's invitation on my desk. I have the invitation for myself on my desk as well. Haven't talked to the president about it. When he makes his decision, I will let you know. But definitely an interesting choice of the comedian. I'll talk to the boss about it and see what we decide. Sure, go ahead.
Caroline, in the back,
yes,
thank you.
yes.
Appreciate it. On the executive order set to be signed today, you said that this will be enforced. Can you spell out for schools and the public how exactly the administration plans to enforce this even at the local level? And on top of that, there are human rights groups who say that this could expose kids to discrimination. What is your response to that?
I think kids have already been exposed to discrimination, especially young women and girls who have been forced to shower in locker rooms with biological men, who have been forced to compete on playing fields with biological men, which is incredibly unfair and unsafe, and again, an incredibly unpopular policy with the American people. As for the actions that this executive order takes, I already laid those out at the beginning of the briefing. I'm happy to give you a copy of this fact sheet so you can let your audiences across the country know.
What's your message to schools who don't comply with this?
They should, because it's going to be federal law in about an hour and a half. So your colleague to your right, to my left.
Thanks, Caroline.
Yes.
Taylor with Spectrum News. You talked a bit about Doge. Elon Musk is currently a, quote, special government employee who also owns companies that have billions of dollars in federal contracts. You said earlier this week that he has abided by all applicable federal laws, but what steps is the Trump administration taking to address that conflict of interest?
The president was already asked and answered this question this week, and he said if Elon Musk comes across a conflict of interest with the contracts and the funding that Doge is overseeing, then Elon will excuse himself from those contracts. And he has, again, abided by all applicable laws. In the back left, go ahead.
Trade advisor Peter Navarro, when asked about the External Revenue Service today, said, quote, we're going to collect a lot of tariff revenues and we're going to get tax cuts out of it. Is it the official position of the White House that tariffs will lower taxes for Americans?
The president has always been clear that he believes tariffs are a tax on foreign nations, and he's committed to cutting taxes for the American people here at home. He also believes tariffs are a great revenue raiser for this country, and that's exactly why he has committed to the creation of the External Revenue Service, which I think is a phenomenal idea. We'll just go down the whole row. Go ahead.
Tom Bateman with the BBC. Can you confirm that under the President's plans for Gaza, any and all Palestinians who want to stay in Gaza on their land will be allowed to do so?
I can confirm that the president is committed to rebuilding Gaza and to temporarily relocating those who are there because, as I've showed you repeatedly, it is a demolition site. There is no running water. There is no electricity. The president wants these individuals to live in peace. He is committed to doing that with this very bold new plan, and we will continue to keep you apprised of updates as we receive them. Ed Lawrence,
There's a cat right there.
I appreciate it. Thank you. So now that the President Trump's
Like,
policies
what the
are
hell is
starting
this
to
bullet?
take
Oh
shape,
shit!
how long will it take to cycle through and get some of the actual prices that Americans are paying to come down?
Prices at the store and at the grocery pump across the board, sure. Well, the president is doing everything he can, obviously, to reduce the cost of living crisis in this country as quickly as possible. That's why he signed a litany of executive orders across the board. In the first couple of weeks here, he declared a national energy emergency. He committed to cutting 10 regulations for every new one on the book. As you know, working for a Fox Business-related outlet, deregulation and energy independence are huge drivers of reducing inflation in this country. And I think Americans can be assured by the results President Trump had in his first term, when again inflation was 1.4% when he left office.
Months, or is it a year? And will Americans have the patience to wait for it?
I don't have a timeline, but the president is doing everything that he possibly can to reduce cost of living for Americans at home. Phil Wegman.
Thank you. Is it worth risking the life of a single U.S. Marine?
What the hell? Crawford never goes into the house.
Of the Middle East?
Phil, I'm not sure why you're asking me that question because I've already said the president has not committed to sending Marines or any boots on the ground in Gaza. We'll bring it to the front row. Ed O'Keefe.
Good to see you again here in the front row, Caroline. Two things. On today's announcement, Title IX, if he scales back the education department or moves to shut it down entirely, what entity will enforce Title IX?
As of now, this will be enforced through education, through Title IX.
Not here, install it for me, dude.
Abolishment of the Department of Education continues, which, as the president said yesterday, it's something his team is looking at and considering. It's something he talked a lot about on the campaign trail. Then, of course, we will look at additional maneuvers to ensure that these very important policies can be implemented.
Okay, so the education abolishment thing's still on the table. Title IX.
The president talked about it yesterday in
Yeah,
the
a
Oval
little
Office, and
midget
he has good reason to
crawl
talk
under
about
there,
it.
and I
Look,
could tell him what to
our
do
education
for
system
very
is
limited
failing
pay.
students in this country. The Nation's Report Card, I brought it up in my remarks last week, it shows that fourth graders are not reading at the level they
is a
should. I believe it was
not a
40% of them are proficient in reading. As the mother of a child, I want an education system that helps my child read and write, teaches him math, nothing else in the classroom. And the president is wholeheartedly committed to we can make academia great again in this country.
One other
Deanna, go
Oh,
ahead.
thanks, Caroline. Does the president, is he looking at offering anything to these Arab countries that take in Palestinians? Is he willing to give them anything in return? And secondly, when the president announced his taking over Gaza policy yesterday, was Netanyahu aware of this, and what was his reaction when Trump presented that idea to him?
I was I won't get ahead of the president's discussions or negotiations on your first question about what would be offered. I think the president's made it clear that he expects these nations in the region to step up and to accept Palestinian refugees who will be temporarily relocated for the rebuilding of Gaza. As for whether Prime Minister Netanyahu was aware before the president's remarks, he was indeed. I wasn't present for that reaction. But again, this is something the president has been socializing and thinking about for quite some time. Nick, good to see you.
Oh, Jordan.
Jordan, sorry.
Thank you, Caroline. So Secretary Hegseth announced yesterday that Army recruiting levels have reached 12-year highs in December, 15-year highs in January. What is making young people want to serve the military under the Trump administration, and how does that contrast to Biden's failure consistently to meet recruiting average?
Yeah.
Or, does DEI President Trump's anti-DEI agenda play a role in this?
Well, first of all, the recruitment level for all branches of our military are at crisis levels, and it serves as a national security risk that our military branches are not fully staffed to where they need to be. And I do believe it's a culture problem within these institutions that the president is very much committed to fixing, as emphasized by the executive orders he has signed to root DEI out of the military. And I think when young men and women who are honorably signing up to serve in our nation's military see somebody like Pete Hegseth, the new Secretary of Defense, who is a proven warfighter, who risked his life in battle for this country, who understands what it means to deploy and to defend the Constitution and your nation abroad and to put your life on the line. When they see a leader like that and a leader like President Trump, who is committed to peace through strength, that's very inspiring. And we look forward to seeing those recruitment numbers and retention numbers skyrocketing over the next 4 years. And I know Pete Hegseth is committed to increasing recruitment at all branches of the military. I would defer you to the Department of Defense on exactly what he plans to implement. Jeff.
Thanks very much. Two questions. One, the president yesterday used the word permanent for permanently resettle Palestinians. I hear you temporarily today. Is that a shift or a specific change that you want to highlight? And my second question is, yesterday he spoke about the U.S. owning Gaza. Who owns Gaza now, and how would the U.S. acquire ownership?
Well, Gaza is currently run by Iranian-backed terrorists in the Middle East, Hamas, who we all agree, I think everybody in the region agrees, that can no longer stand. Just look at the events of October 7th and the events since. And the president, again, is committed to rebuilding the region for all people who want to return to it once it is no longer a demolition site and it's a place where people can actually live and thrive in harmony, as he said last night. His words, not mine. Daniel.
Permanent versus temporarily resettle? Can you just
The
clarify
president
that?
has made it clear that they need to be temporarily relocated out of Gaza for the rebuilding of this effort. Again, it's a demolition site right now. It's not a livable place for any human being. And I think it's actually quite evil to suggest that people should live in such dire conditions. Daniel.
Caroline, thank you so much. The daily guidance says that the president will be meeting with a pair of governors today, Governor Abbott of Texas and Governor Newsom of California. It comes after the president took executive action to turn the water back on in California. Billions of gallons are flowing now. What can you tell us about the two meetings and the importance of President Trump's actions to help people in California?
Sure. Those meetings will be taking place shortly, so I will get out of here to get to those meetings, we can always provide you a readout, as we always do. We try to be very transparent about what the president is doing in the Oval Office. Perhaps he'll even call you in to join him. We never know around here, as you all know. But Governor Abbott is obviously a great friend and an ally to the president. He has been on the front lines of the border crisis in this country. And as for Governor Gavin Newsom, well, the president is willing to work with anybody from blue states or red states to do what's best for the American people. And he really enjoyed, the president really, his trip to Pacific Palisades last week. He felt very inspired by the frustration of the residents there. And he has been wholeheartedly committed to ensuring that the water is flowing in California to prevent these wildfires, and also that people have access to their properties. And he has continued to apply tremendous pressure to Gavin Newsom and also the Los Angeles mayor to allow private residents and property owners to access their property. He believes that's their right to do so, and they should be able to do it. And one more thing before I wrap up, because I do want to get to these meetings, and I will see you all at the EO signing later this afternoon. I would just say that you brought to mind California and North Carolina, who continue to be on our hearts, and the president and this administration are committed to ensuring that these individuals get the funding that they need. And I would just say a strong message to Democrats who are out there pretending to be outraged about the long list of crap that this administration is cutting, federal waste and funding, like $2 million for sex changes in Guatemala, $6 million to fund tourism in Egypt, $20 million on a new Sesame Street show in Iraq, $4.5 million to combat disinformation in Kazakhstan. I could go on, and I'm happy to provide this list to every single one of you. Democrats are outraged that the American people want to be, they want their taxpayers going to good uses, not stuff like this. But then they're very quiet about the fact that there are still North Carolinians and people in California who have lost everything, and in the last 4 years, this federal government did nothing to help them. This president will continue to put Americans first, and I think the successes of this week so far speak to that, and it's only Wednesday. So I'll see you guys later this week, and we'll see you this afternoon. Thank you very much.
Look at the Capitol building over in Washington, D.C. As we do want to step away for a quick commercial break, we'll continue to keep track of everything having to do with the president's administration and those initiatives when we come back.
I guess didn't attack the possum. Dude, I just looked at the rest of the squash that was in that bag. There's a bunch of white shit all over it. Apparently it's bad. It's like fungus or bacteria on it. I rinsed off the one that I had. The top one didn't have anything on it. The ones below it are like, well, they were white. I was like, ew. So I had to went in and threw it out to the trash because it hasn't been picked up yet. That way it's not rotting in my can for the next week. Oh, yeah. Oh, right, yeah, it's better. He's the crosses mail. That's what I said too. I think all of them have eaten now. I don't want one of them to walk up and start scarfing down on squash. That would be horrible. Oof, man, when it rains on trash day, it's even worse. Because Because every time I go outside, my shoes are wet, you know? Gotta come back in and deal with that shit. Every time I go out there to the food, I gotta deal with my wet shoes. I feel bad for the cats out there though in this wet, cold, nasty. Oh, this is in Texas. They're protesting against Trump in Texas. Dude, this is a Wednesday. What is going on? The protests have really ramped up. Yeah, but I didn't think it would happen this fast. With the protesting, I thought maybe they would loot and riot a couple times, like when he first got in office, but protest has been like every day now. All over the country. Oh, it's today? Oh, that's right, it was today. I think there's one even here today. So today's different. That for this little possum food. For it, I could get some possum food. Hopefully, it's all right. Oh. I should probably just go pick that squash up and throw it away. How much is possum food? $12.50. It doesn't get delivered till tomorrow. I got it delivered. Unfortunate. I need it now. Alright, there's just a can of sardines out there. Probably not a whole can though, maybe like half a can.
Then they
Dude, that possum might be leaking diarrhea all over the sidewalk, actually. It was something that didn't look like mud. It was kind of good. It didn't really smell strong of shit, though. I didn't want to get too close to my nose, though, at the same time. I mean, the way it's acting probably is sick. I was young, a baby, well, I mean, adolescent. I gotta rinse off that whole area tomorrow. This thing thick, man. Dang it. Got some stick possum running around the house, I think. Maybe it's rabid. It could have rabies too. They're not immune to rabies. Oh, I see. This has something to do with low body temperature, I guess. Away! What you doing, birdie? Come here. You gonna lay down or what? What are you just gonna stand there? Hey. There was it. Oh, I thought there was another cat. Yeah, that fucking awesome. Probably infected with something. Is my new thumbnail better? Oh look, they're still in. Now they're in New York.
I am looking at the person at the power when I walk down the sidewalk. The people united will never be defeated. The people
So maybe we'll get less Democrats coming through now. End up realizing they're in the wrong place.
I know who's in charge when I'm on the subway, and I look at the people back
will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated. The people united will never be defeated.
Dude, I left the other fucking group because they were doing that shit, and y'all are doing the same fucking shit. Wow.
If you want to make this is not about you. This is about all of us. And every person you have ever known. This country, this is the movement of the people who dare, who still dare, that a government of the people, by the people, can still be for the people. Leave my neighbor alone.
They were alone. People are fucked in the head, dude. They want our country to die and be trans. Like look at the type of people that support this shit compared to the type of people that support Trump. They'll be like muscle heads, looking like they spend all their time like doing stuff that takes drive and willpower. These people usually look like fucking idiots that sit around all day and do nothing. You notice the difference? Not all of them, but oftentimes. Like, thank you. Now I'm gonna go home and look at Reddit and see if I'm famous now. I love Reddit. All of them look like typical Redditors to me. Reddit is one of the most leftist sites, social media sites on the internet.
Does anyone here see a counter-protester? Does anyone here
You know why?
see someone from MAGA?
You know why, you dumb shit? Because we won. We don't have to be there. Why would we need to be there? You guys are making fools of yourselves. We won by a large majority. You guys saying you're the majority doesn't make it so. We're the majority, and you're being laughed at.
Counter-protest? No, you don't. You know why? We speak truth.
That's why. That's why. No, that's not why. That's not why. It's because we're winning. We don't need to. Trumpers don't need to be there to counter-protest you, because the counter-protest is the winning. That's what do we need to be there for, man? You know what I mean? Like,
Brave. They're in their little.
They're mad that we're not there, actually, because they want want
winning,
someone to take it out on. They want somebody to yell like, "Ah, it's your fault this is happening, ah!" And he's mad that he can't do that. All he can do is yell at each other about how it's happening. They're so mad.
Cubby holes, they're hiding on the internet. They want to troll everyone in this country who stands up for their rights. We don't.
I'm just trying to imagine during, like, when Biden was in office, whenever there was a pro-Trump, they would always show up. That's what's funny. You know what I'm saying? There would always be at least one fucking anti-Trump protester that would show up and have to do something. Because even though they were winning at the time, they knew that it was just a matter of time before they wouldn't be winning. So they still had to fight something because they weren't actually winning. I mean, they still had to try to convince people this isn't the way, y'all. No, this is the way because see how much better it is. See, and they would usually make fools of themselves, like Ant or AP. We're like, there's no reason for a Trumper to go out there and yell at them and make a fool of himself because we're winning.
Them here. Where are they now? We're here. We're telling them that we are America, not them. God bless you.
They're telling us that they're America and not us. Yeah, that's the thing. We like real knows real recognize real, right? And we know you're full of shit posing right now, acting like you're a patriot because you think that's gonna win over people because you think that that's why MAGA happened because Trump was calling out to all the patriots. No, it's because he was acting more like a patriot.
We are patriots also. Mike check. Mike check. Mike check. Mike check. Mike check. Mike check.
Who said that?
So
was it one of them that says we're patriots also, though? That's kind of weird. So they're admitting that the other people are patriots?
I'm speaking right to what you guys are saying, okay? All right?
What?
I came up with this pledge before the People's March this year. I gave
Also.
an opening for that. And this is exactly what these guys are talking about. So, it's a call and response. Repeat after me. I am still a patriot. I still believe in the U.S. Constitution. I am not defeated. For still I rise.
They're trying to convince themselves that they haven't been defeated. Dude, you just got defeated 2 weeks ago, man. Come on, I know the denial, you gotta go through the stages of grief. They're probably in the denial stage still.
For truth. For justice. For equality. For diversity. For equity. For inclusion.
Hi, Flames Drifter, welcome.
For respect. And for all our siblings. For all our children. For all of humanity. I will resist. The rising tide. Of misogyny. Of anti-black hatred. Of anti-brown hatred. Of anti-queer hatred.
How'd you know it would do that one?
Of anti-trans hatred. Of anti-immigrant hatred. Of religious hatred.
That was a good
Of
gift.
Christian nationalism. Of authoritarianism. Of oligarchy. Of fascism. I am the resistance. We are the resistance. We are the resistance. We are the resistance. Thank you.
Man, it's just sad though. Like, don't they just see that they're being desperate? So desperate.
Civil rights are under attack. What do we do? When civil rights are under attack.
Man, this is way more entertaining than I thought it would be. Like the Democrat freakouts.
What do we do?
I didn't think it would happen so quickly.
Human rights are under attack. What do we do? Stand up, fight back. When human rights are under attack, what do we do? Stand up, fight back. When human rights are under
That's what's dangerous though, man, because
when human rights are under attack, what do we do? When human
fucking George Floyd incident happens again, these people are all gonna latch on to it.
are under attack, what do we do? When civil rights are under attack,
Anything civil rights related happens,
civil rights are under attack.
they're gonna latch on to it.
When civil rights are under attack, what do we do? When civil rights are under attack, what do we do? When civil rights are under attack, what do we do? When civil rights
Why do they like chanting so much?
when civil rights
They
are
get
under
like some sort of like weird protest boner out of it. Being the one that's getting them to do it, and then doing it all together. Yeah, yeah. We fucking win.
I'm looking at you, you're looking at me. This is history that we're making together. We are the resistance. I need you, you need me. Let's fucking do this, bitch.
No Trump, no KKK, no fascist USA. 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 No Trump.
Rigged. Somebody had a sign back there that said rigged pig, and it had Trump's face on a pig. Dude, what cat you think's gonna come by and grab these sardines? I put 3 sardines down there, and there's some cucumber and squash. The cat's gonna be like, what the fuck is...
No KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, 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 no KKK, no fascist USA.
Probably fluffy.
No KKK, no fascist USA.
Could be Mama though.
No KKK, no fascist USA. No Trump, no KKK.
Oh, it could be Tried It though, actually. It's usually done by the most.
No KKK, no fascist
It's really, really good for her, probably.
No fascist USA. No KKK.
Oh, oh, that's how Barco. I see you. Gotcha. All right, man. Take it easy.
I'm sure this happens, but this is how you are.
You need to put your backpack down and you can.
Nah, that's okay.
Tú llegaste vestido así, cuéntame.
USAID has been placed on leave. didn't travel with the other one. That's traveling.
Democracy is not for sale. People over profit. People over profit. Democracy is not for sale. 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 People over profit.
Who's this?
In the Capitol. And he was beaten up and sprayed in the
Dude,
face.
why are they still talking about January 6th?
Any of our colleagues who do not support this resolution, Democrat or Republican, in your district.
No, Brody, no.
A lot of my colleagues will join me to come and debate whether we should be denouncing and deploring these pardons.
It's probably the devil, bro. That's what happens. Sometimes when you make deviled eggs, devil gets in the mix.
Here's where
Fucks
we
them
are
up.
in America today. I'm ashamed to say,
That's why they call him
in
that.
front of Mrs. Sicknick, Gladys Sicknick, my friend, who's Officer Brian Sicknick's mom, and Ken Sicknick, his brother. Here's where we are. They pardon criminals for violently assaulting
I know what I'm talking about, okay?
and they fire FBI agents and prosecutors for doing their jobs. That's where we are in America today. Brian Sicknick was 42 years old when he
I know what the fuck I'm talking about, okay?
in New Jersey.
Brody,
The son of wonderful parents.
don't play with
member of a
voodoo.
wonderful family. He was a good, strong cop who protected all of
Care about
us.
you, man.
Democrats and Republicans, citizens who come to visit the Capitol, people who work here in the Capitol. And he was beaten up and sprayed in the face with bear spray and violently assaulted by Julian Cater and other insurrectionists who came to storm the Capitol at the behest of Donald Trump. Brian Sicknick died the next day after suffering 2 strokes at 42 years old. In the immediate aftermath of the attack, as Congressman Don Beyer reminds us, Donald Trump did everything he could to denounce the January 6th insurrectionists. Like Mitch McConnell, like Mike Johnson, like Kevin McCarthy, they all denounced the violence.
However,
They said
after
it was un-American. They said it was unpatriotic. They called it terrorism. They did that in the immediate aftermath because of the huge storm of public protest. But Donald Trump steadily began a process of trying to redefine the meaning of the events of January 6th, to whitewash the atrocities that took place that day, to cover up and to shroud in doubt the violent assaults that took place on the police officers, to make people believe that it wasn't Donald Trump's MAGA mob that attacked us, but that it was Antifa, or even more scandalously, the FBI itself. All of them lies. Donald Trump called the people who attacked us and chanted, "Hang Mike Pence," and came to assassinate Nancy Pelosi, patriots. They weren't patriots. The Constitution in 4 different places opposes and condemns insurrection. It says Congress has the power to call forth the militias of the states in order to suppress insurrections.
I don't think anybody really believes that those people, besides maybe a couple fucking whack jobs, were actually trying to lynch the vice president. Actually. I mean, it was more symbolic, I think, having a guillotine and stuff. Like, get him out of here, like, what we could do kind of thing, because there's this many of us. But I never at one point thought that, while watching J6 live, that they were actually trying to end anybody's life. Like, they just wanted in the building. They wanted to beat people up a little bit, but I don't know. I didn't think so.
in Article 1. And Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which has been read into oblivion by the hacks Donald Trump put on the Supreme Court, says that anybody who swears an oath to uphold and defend the Constitution and violates the oath by, quote, engaging in insurrection or rebellion shall never be allowed.
I was wondering, Brody, for a second there. I just kind of let it go. I know my nuts. And that wasn't even close to real news.
To hold federal
it was kind of just like a Canadian term.
Office again. If you engage in insurrection, you are not a patriot. You are an enemy of American democracy and our Constitution.
Hey, Bill.
He called them hostages. A scandalous insult and offense to people who've actually been held hostage. A hostage is someone who's been illegally abducted by a terrorist or criminal group and held for a financial or political ransom. These people weren't hostages. They were defendants who were arrested and prosecuted for their crimes. And the vast majority of them pled guilty to their crimes.
It's because a lot of them were, they hadn't, like, their cases were in limbo for a really long time, which is what he was referred to with those people. They were being held hostage. In particular, the ones whose cases are being held up.
And the rest who went to jail were convicted after having every measure of due process, including the right to counsel, the right to appear in court and to speak publicly if they wanted to. Most of them did not. The right to cross-examine witnesses against you, and the right to hear all the evidence against you. What made them hostages? What made them political prisoners?
Dude.
As Donald Trump called them.
Oh, dude, our judicial system does that to not just J6ers, man. They make your bond high as shit, and they make it so that you want to plead out because the jail sucks so much. And sometimes you got to sit in there forever while either side is gathering evidence.
Them to Alexei Navalny, who was killed by Donald Trump's filthy compatriot, Vladimir Putin, in...
Oh, you better not do that. What the... What's on their end? Shh. Like they lost the feed. They lost the feed! Dude, and then it fucking went offline. Awesome, where'd it go? And, oh, to the left again? Oh, I guess it doesn't like beans either. Sardines, a squash, cucumber, all are edible by a possum. Oh, what the hell? I got my net account given the results for everything. Be Dobot. I signed into the wrong account for the bot. That's funny. There.
Everything from the CDC, every government website about AIDS and HIV, because they want us gone. They did it with
What? They want us gone.
The fight never stopped.
Yeah, they just want.
The fight never stopped.
Why does there need to be education on HIV anymore like that? It's like remember, polio was a big deal, measles was a big deal, whatever, whooping cough. All these things were a big deal, and our government put a lot of effort into educating people about it, right? HIV is not a big deal anymore, man. People know. People know not to fuck around. You might die from it.
Do what you can to preserve respect. Remember, we have to engage with the other side. We have to hold
They just want the attention
We cannot forget
of having the pages and the programs. They want people to talk about people with HIV.
They're going to try to wipe the slate clean.
Forget us.
Okay? We have to remember that. We have to withhold that. We have to preserve that.
They want to be the most
use
important
that. Confront them with it.
illness.
Hold them accountable.
They have it. They want to be important if they have it.
He's trying to turn this into a fascist fucking country.
Get it.
Resist that. Use the facts. Engage. Peacefully and patriotically.
Oh, they don't need AIDS education. They need something to make them less horny. And that goes for all gay people. All gay people that I've met, overly horny. For no fucking reason. All the time.
Both of my
Take a pill for that.
grandparents escaped Nazi Germany. IBM supplied the machinery to make the Holocaust happen. This would not be the first time a tech company has correlated with Nazis, has collaborated with Nazis. This is what I have to say to Elon Musk and Big Tech.
I really wish Elon wouldn't have done that Nazi stuff. Why did he have to do that? Why the hell did that idiot have to do a Nazi stuff? What the fuck? Just gave them ammo. I don't buy the autism shit. He's not fucking retarded. He's not fucking retarded, dude. He did it twice. I don't buy it. And he could have said, "My heart goes out to you," before he did it. Oh, it is Mama. They got it. You get some sardines. Think 3 sardines is too many for her? Yeah, it's a bad troll. He shouldn't have done it. He really shouldn't have done that, man. It gave them a lot of fucking ammo to try to get people to move to their side. I don't know. I need to see if this is bad for Mama. 3 sardines. One sardine a day. Oh no. Well, I think Mama just ate 3. Anybody that thinks what Elon did was a good idea, you're probably fucking racist. Yeah, it's good for content, sure, but it's not good at joining our country together, bringing us. It pushes us apart more. Dude, he wanted to emulate Hitler, dude. That's like a 4chan level troll. It's not respectable. I'm gonna go see how much she ate. Huh. Where'd the possum go? Did he come back? Where? Oh, he went into the house. Oh, he just went under? Damn, it only, dude, Mama didn't eat, I don't think she ate any of the sardines or the vegetables. She just licked the oil off the plate. That kid looks retarded. A kid legit looks retarded. Okay.
We have to force him to protect the sanctuary city law.
Why don't they like Eric Adams now? I thought he was a Democrat. And did he switch sides? I heard something about he might have switched sides. Oh, because he's not a sanctuary city anymore. What the fuck do these people want, man? This is New York City, by the way. So
Against Mayor Adams, against ICE, against Trump, we have to unite, use our power as all of our communities. We're all in the sightlines of fascism. It's true. But guess what? They are standing on a shoddy, weak system where the billionaires know we have the numbers. They're trying to divide us, share us. But if we remember our power and we use it, I started a union last year with my coworkers. We need to start unions everywhere. If you're in a union, raise your hand. Call your union and tell them we better get in these goddamn streets for immigrants right now. Call your union and tell them we gotta get in the streets for trans kids right now. Because guess what? Rights, use them or lose them.
what?
Are losing them unless we flex our power. I'm with the freedom.
Hey, why is that possum coming out though like that? Like it is during the day? It shouldn't be doing that, right? It must be sick if it's doing that, right?
Socialist Party, we're just one of so many groups that need to unite in a united front. We're going to be protesting at Foley Square next Saturday. Come back. This Sunday we're doing an organizing meeting. Please come up, scan this little QR code, form coalitions, get your unions in the streets, flex our power as a working class, and fucking overturn this system and Donald Trump and Elon Musk and all of these corrupt cronies that got to fucking go.
Okay. Oh, it's not rare to see a possum during the day. They are nocturnal. Possums may be active during the day for a number of reasons. Food, curiosity, temperature. In colder months, it's easier for them to search during the day when it's warmer.
But either way, our current mayor, who is trying so fucking hard to be Trump's side piece, Eric Adams, has got to go! Eric Adams has got to go! Hey, hey!
Oh, where the slugs are out. Maybe. All it is. Oh, the chanting though, man. Always chanting that gets me to want to dishes or something.
I'm not going to shut up. Anybody here wants to say something, you should be up here. But there is something I want to say. How the hell did MAGA do it? You know what they did? They were offline. They got together and they did some shit. What rights were they fighting? No. Who are we? We're fighting for actual rights.
What?
Overturn that shit. We can do it better.
What shit?
support you. Everybody here is to support you. We are a community. Get up here and say something if you want to. Get it off your chest.
Joke. He acted like the Trumpers don't have anything to fight for. Our border, man. These people live in this city that's been inundated by more leeching migrants. She said she's 15. Right. Oh my God.
Healthcare is life-saving. It saves people's lives. It has saved so many people. It's not a joke. And as a woman, I am terrified that something's going to happen to me. That I'm going. Some man may take advantage of me, or even not. I will consent to something, and yet I will end up pregnant, and I'll be stuck with a child without the resources to take care of it, without the mental capacity, without the money. I don't want a child. What if at 15 I end up with a child, and I can't get an abortion? How am I supposed to take care of it?
Why are you fucking at 15? What? What? Hold on.
How am I supposed to take care of it? 15 I end up with mental capacity, without the money. I don't want a child. What if at 15 I end up with a child, and I can't get an abortion? How am I supposed to take care of it?
Dude, she's saying 15, dude.
I can't get an abortion. How am I supposed to take care of it?
She's saying 15. What the fuck? These people are all applauding her like, yeah, 15-year-olds. What the hell is happening? Why is she... Sister T, were you having sex at 15 years old? Are you serious? Y'all some sluts out here. Holy shit.
Trump and Musk and everyone in that fucking government running this fucking country. Because also, I'm scared and terrified for this entire country, but for people that I care about and just anyone that's an immigrant or has immigrant family members or even isn't an immigrant, is a citizen. They're trying to take them out of this country.
I didn't think you were Sister T. I didn't think... I'm pretty sure none of y'all were having sex at 15 years old, dude. If you were a slut, okay? I'm sorry. Okay? Because, what the hell, man? That's like not even, you barely even in high school. You ever a freshman in high school at 15? That it? As a sophomore. 16? Yeah, you're a slut.
If I can come up here and say all of this, all of you need to continue fighting. We need to fight for our rights. We need to fight as hard as we can. We cannot give up. Don't give up.
You're definitely... You're a slut too, Ted? What the hell, man? Slutty asses.
They're trying to make sure that we don't stand up, that we don't fight, that we stay hidden, and that we just give up. But we can't, because if we do that, we lose, and we cannot lose. That's right. Fuck Elon. Fuck the U.S. government.
See that? See that right there? The fuck the U.S. government thing? That's how a lot of these people actually think. Like, look at Antifa. They weren't actually on Biden's side. They were anti-Trump. They were anti-government. A lot of these people are just anti-government, so they latch on to the anti-Trump movement. They don't want anybody telling them what to do. They're libertarians, is that it? The guys are chanting that. The fucking guys are chanting that. But they made you get a fucking COVID shot. Okay. That's not your body. I guess that's not the same though, is it? Being injected with some crazy shit. That's different. It's different than actually going out and wanting to have sex and then fucking up and now wanting to kill it because I fucked it up. I fucked up. It's different that the government stick you with some shit that you don't actually have any reason to get and have no like. Had no say in get it, like whether or not you needed to get it. It's like way worse with the COVID vaccine. They wanted to make everybody take it. They're like, yeah, they would try to shame us. You're killing people.
Protect our agencies. Keep it up. Call your senators. Call your representatives.
Dude, can you imagine how adversarious that would be for us to be in Gaza, though? Because then we wouldn't have to depend on Israel for intelligence. We could be there alongside Israel, keeping track of their crazy asses. Now we don't have to be all alone in Bagram in Afghanistan. We got Israel there with us. We got an ally right next to us. Boom, and we can keep track of what's happening out there. It's perfect, actually. And them not thinking that it would be a good move for us as far as for world security is short-sighted or just plain ignorant. They don't want to think about it. Because if we pull Israel out and we don't have anybody in the Middle East anymore, what do they think is going to happen then? Are we just going to kumbaya with some marshmallows with some Muslims? Did you hear what the fuck she just said? Just let them all come in and become citizens.
Become a citizen. This country should just let every person who is in here now become a citizen and fuck this bullshit. This is racist crap, and we gotta stop it now.
And they applaud that? Yeah. Okay. It's just racism, right? Dude, these people are in New York. They have been taken advantage of more than any other city in the country. As far as the people are staying in the ritziest hotels in New York and complaining about the food. Like, isn't this on their news? Don't they see that they've been fucked over? Unreal. I thought New York City might turn red after all that happening, but
I wanted to give everyone some important reminders.
still a lot of them there,
For
dude.
my immigrant brothers and sisters, if you are profiled, if you are undocumented, please make sure that ICE agents have a warrant with a judge's signature and your name on it. Keep the doors closed.
Fluid.
Transfer it through the window or through your door. It is incredibly important. Protect your rights, exercise your rights because you have them even if you are undocumented. Second of all, I want to remind everyone that what our enemies want, or actually I should say our colleagues, because hopefully they'll see the light one day. What they want is they want our spirits down. Of course our spirits are up right now, but I want to remind everyone to find joy in their life. That's the opposite. Meet people here and organize. Find joy in the little things. It's going to carry us through this next 4 years. I believe in all of you.
Yes.
I would like to say something as well. I am tired of hearing so many people say that they don't care, that Trump's administration will not affect them, as either straight white men, it will not affect them. Who was just talking about the Department of Ed?
You're definitely not a white
10,
man.
15 years from now, I would not be standing here if I had not have had an 8th grade history professor teach me about imperialism. I would not be standing here if so many of my friends were birthright citizens. Trump is trying to undermine the 14th Amendment. What's next? Due process? The Equal Protection Clause? What is next? Think to yourself, what is next? Because soon this will affect all of us. That's right.
They're so angry.
We'll be living in a world that looks like fucking cyberpunk. We cannot have that. And the one beautiful thing is, look at everybody around you.
What does that mean?
Look at this diversity. Look at the love. Look at the kindness.
Cyberpunk look like lots of neon lights.
That's what we have to stand for. We have to stand for the people standing
Bunch of
next
fucking
to us
kids,
and the people who are
dude.
standing up. Because we cannot
Kids
allow
and
meritocracy.
idiot
We cannot allow mediocrity.
adults
We
that-
cannot allow ourselves to be centrist. We must stand forward. We must stand
Kid
forward for
friends.
human rights and equal rights for all.
Lots of women, too. Lots of women. Probably 70-30.
Are investing in private prisons. That's right. They are not deporting. They are detaining. Yes. We need to fight against legalized slave labor. We need to make ourselves heard.
I'm a disabled person. My name is Tyler. I'm a Puerto Rican Muslim woman, and I'm married to a Jewish person who is also in LGBT. I'm LGBT. There's him. I want you to know,
that's great.
don't give up. We will make this country
You gotta let the
better
world know.
when we all stand together.
I'm gay.
I love you guys. Thank you for being here. I love you guys.
Hey, good for you, little fella. Yeah. Everybody give her a hug.
I saw you earlier.
Oh, another fellow gay person. I'm gay too. Oh, that's great. Oh. Call me later. You know that's how they do it. These fucking gay people are so horny. There's the possum again. Possum, possum, possum. Like I wonder if there's a bunch of diarrhea right there
Now
now.
they are rounding up immigrants to deport them back to Mexico. 2 planes has
I'll
tried
go
to,
look.
but the Mexican government said no. They are trying to turn the Guantanamo Bay into a concentration camp. The last time in history this has happened was in Nazi Germany when they tried to deport Jews to South Africa. They said no, so they put them into ghettos. And then after the ghettos were concentration camps. We all know what happens after that. We cannot let our immigrants, brothers and sisters, follow the same fate. We must defend them. Say no.
Possum, possum. Come here, you.
My name's Savannah. I work in the medical field, and this is an assault on our basic rights to health care. I thought shit was bad when we overturned Roe v. Wade, but this is next level shit. Canceling our vaccine schedule, making vaccines illegal, the national ban on abortion because RFK Jr. flip-flopped. He was pro-abortion his whole campaign and flip-flopped once he was in Trump's pocket. That's right. Medicaid, Medicare, all of this is at risk. Our basic health care freedoms, which are limited as they are all at risk. It's disgusting, it's embarrassing, and it's terrifying, so stand up! Guys, you know it's bad when the introverts are out here. But I'm here. We all need to stand up, and we have to fight every single day. I've never been more angry in my entire life. Me neither. My whole future is on fucking hold because of a couple of assholes. Okay, climate change, all of it's being, we're back in the 30s. Everything, like that should be the #1 threat. Everything that we're saying today matters. There's so many issues right now. But remember, your dollars fucking matter. Don't give them a fucking penny. Okay? No Target. None of these fucking assholes going back on DEI. Don't buy anything from them. Go
Boycott Amazon!
Shop small and find the few, like Costco, that are like literally doing fuck all for our rights. Okay? You have to keep researching. Do not rely on lists. You have to independently research, okay? Just keep fighting every single day, guys. Every day! Take it away. No more oligarchy. No more. We put them up here. Fucking Zuckerberg, Elon. Stop using their fucking platform. My grandfather escaped Nazi Germany. If he were alive today, he would be devastated. He fought for this country. Yes. And now we're fucking dealing with Nazis again? Unbelievable. You know what? I'm glad he's dead. Because I would not want him to see this. I would not want my grandmother to see this. I would not want any of my great-grandparents to see this. Shame. It's a shame. It's a goddamn shame. Why can't people stop the hate? That's right. Ridiculous. Glad I'm here, though. Fuck Nazis! Fuck Nazis! Fuck Nazis! Fuck Nazis! Fuck Nazis!
remember that Marsha P. Johnson, a black trans woman, threw that first brick. Trans people are people. Are human rights. Especially black trans women who have a life expectancy of 35. Protect trans people.
Hello, everybody. I just want to say that there are multiple facets to our resistance. One of which is coming out and doing this, and we need to keep doing this. Another is finding
For a
organizations.
second, I thought that they were going to promote Costco, but then they said that they do fuck all for their rights. So she did she not promote them? For a second, I was like, no. And then she said, fuck. I was like, oh, good. Yeah, don't come here. Don't go there. Yeah. They don't do anything for you. They don't. They really don't. What do they do? Oh. I don't see any retarded people working there.
That are already doing the work that we can contribute to. I'm really late to the game. I've been wanting to find that group for a long time. I don't know if I found the right one for me yet, but I just joined the Democratic Socialists of America.
Oh, and the other lady, I wanted to comment on this. She said, I'm glad he's dead. What the fuck, dummy? You're not, maybe say, like, I'm glad he didn't have to see this. But just say, I'm glad he's dead. Was kind of weird to say about your grandfather.
DSA party in New York is the strongest in the nation. We're doing a lot of great work. I'm not trying to proselytize or tell you to join, but find whichever group is right for you and join. Because people are doing the work and it's already set up for you. And then you just pick which avenue you want to take action with. And there are many avenues to take action, as we've been discussing. So for me, it might be affordable housing or whatever it is. There's too many fights. So we each need to choose which one you can do that feels right in your heart and that's already accessible for you to just jump in line and participate. And someone said this earlier too, that we got to keep finding joy as well. We gotta fight every day, but fucking joy is resistance as well. News at 1 a.m. like I did the other night and had nightmares. Try to limit the blocks of time that you take in the content, and then the rest of your time use it towards action and joy.
Oh, Sweet Pea just left a little bit on her bowl. Oh, they're licking it together. I was licking it off. I think she let him have it. Must have. I gave her 65 though this time. She's acting like she's trying to eat underneath the bowl. God. You see how she's picking up the bottom of the bowl and I think eat underneath it. You can't really tell.
Welcome back! I just want to take a moment to think about how this is happening all across the country. In every state, this is happening.
Simon, have you?
Never happened before, and I know some of you might have had doubts when you heard about this, like, who started this? Is this a trap? But you all are here. We made this happen. It doesn't matter who started it. This is our movement now. Stay connected and keep this a national effort. Stay on r/50501. See what's going on in every single other state. And just remember that we are all in this together.
this work a really long time, and it's really beautiful to see everybody here. It's very sad that this is happening again in this country. But I wanted to say a couple of things, having been to so many of these events over my lifetime. And that is, well, a couple of things. It is no accident that the Trump organization, the Trump Corporation, has gone after funding for NGOs before anything else, because NGOs have traditionally been the nexus for organizing in times of crisis. Yes. So we are going to have to not lean on them in the ways that we have. We are going to have to rely on ourselves. Woo! And we are going to have to make sure that we give whatever skills we have as activists to each other. We are going to have to teach each other. We are going to have to train each other. We're going to have to train each other in civil disobedience. If you don't know how to do civil disobedience, you need to know how to do that safely. If you don't know how to marshal, you need how to learn how to do that safely. So if you have those skills through whatever organizations you start to form, lend those services and make yourselves available online. If you know how to do those things, tell other people. And those skills will spread through your own hubs. Make your own affinity groups. If you don't know what an affinity group is, it's just a group of people that you learn to love and trust, and you work together to form actions. And you work in cells so you stay safe, and you form larger groups to do bigger demonstrations. But it's very, very important. If you go to the ACT UP website, there is still an old manual online that has all of this information. There are other organizations that have this information that is more updated in terms of law, but it's a very good place to start. Do your reading, do your research so that you are knowledgeable about yourselves and the people you are involved with when you do this stuff. Especially now, this stuff is no joke. And if you want to keep, especially for people who are undocumented, who participate in these events, you need to keep them safe. You are only as safe and as strong as the most vulnerable member of the person you are with. The other thing that was always
sounds like an
important at the end
Antifa.
of a rally was to go away, yes, with the next rally or event that was coming up, but also with a to-do list, with a thing for each person
Professional
in the group,
Antifa.
each person who was attending, to go away with, to feel empowered to do, to take action, to make something happen. And in this case, yes, call your representatives, whatever their affiliation, tell them you're angry, but I've worked in government. If you tie up their phone lines, it makes them bananas.
Seeing them with these American flags is fucking weird, dude.
Don't email them. Don't send them a text. Don't get mad on social media. Get on the phone.
Where are all the rainbow flags from last year?
Is a piece of shit.
It used to be the most important flag before. What the hell happened?
Job. He has been collaborating and bending the knee before Trump since the first administration. The first words out of his mouth were, "How can we help you do your job?" And that is not what we need to hear from the head of the Democratic caucus.
Where's Schumer's office?
His office, I don't know where it is. I haven't been there in a while. He has a
probably a man.
office, and he has a couple of different offices.
There's people there right now.
Yeah, there are people there now. He also has a home, which I visited.
That's probably a fucking man with lipstick on, dude.
Tie up his phone lines, tie up his fax
Makeup.
lines. You will be surprised.
Big ass
to hear they still
glasses.
have a fax.
And a wig.
But
think
they
it's a
are
man.
very old school. Call them calling him.
Big ass
Keep calling
hands,
his
dude.
office and tell them that you will not rest until he stops cooperating. Tell them to use every lever of power that they have to stop cooperating. Period. Now,
It's a man.
those are the words. So get on the phone. Get on the phone. Do it every day. When you have your cup of coffee in the morning, get on the phone. Listen to you taking a shit. When you take a little rest in the
Need a little
afternoon,
Adam's apple there, I'm seeing.
it takes 5 minutes, and it will be the most important thing you can do.
Our representatives work for us.
And tell your friends you have to multiply your action. So make sure when you go home, get in touch with 10 friends. They may not enjoy it, but make sure that for every person here, 10 other people are doing the same thing.
I'll be very surprised if they get a Democrat president elected in 4 years. That would be extremely surprising. But they probably thought the same thing about a Republican 4 years ago.
Hello. How you doing? So, who's the guy with the Bible verse? Right? It's a little sketchy. I know these don't make life feel good. All this really means is what happens in the dark will come to the light. I am a Native American. I'm an enrolled citizen of Cherokee Nation.
Right.
I'm a long way from home. America has had a very interesting history.
20%
When
of
my
them.
people met the people who came to our shores, we did everything we could to help them. We brought them in, we fed them, we clothed them, we welcomed them to our land. What's happened to this country and what's happened to this land has been disgraceful since then. There should be a land that's open to everyone. Everyone should feel welcome here.
Right.
This is a home for
What?
everybody. I think our
Okay.
greatest years are
Right.
ahead of us as a country.
Fucking guy. Who's gonna pay for the everybody? You guy? You gonna pay for them? What do you do for work?
But I think we can do it. And we gotta hold strong to hope. We gotta hold strong to love. We gotta lift up those around of us.
Barista?
And just fight for a better future because we all deserve it and we can make it happen. I'm gonna keep this short. I want to leave you some words of our principal chief, or a former principal chief. Her name was Wilma Mankiller. Wonderful woman. Look into her. One of my favorite speeches of hers, she gave a proverb and she said, "It's impossible to see the future with eyes full of tears." So I want to remind you all that as hard as things are right now, we'll get through this. America's been through worse, and our best days are ahead of
Fucking
us.
pity pot saying to me. Why'd you start feeling sorry for yourself, you fucking weirdo? That's some pussy. That is definitely a virgin. A lot of kids are though. A lot of 20-something-year-olds are virgins, and I probably would have been too for longer had I not been into the military. I wasn't going to boot camp a virgin though, dude. I'm sorry, I wasn't going to do that. So I've already told that story on here before.
We are not alone when it comes to the political world. Our congresspeople AOC,
I spared y'all.
AOC, Bernie Sanders, and J.B. Fixer, they have been fighting for our democracy, opposing the oligarchy. We need to show them as much support as we can as the people fighting for our own democracies. Without them, we might not have a strong power, but with us united, we could be even stronger. So we have to show our opposition against Trump the best way we can, peacefully and very vocally.
Can I actually get a people's mic? Repeat after me. Repeat after me. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? I feel disheartened. I feel disheartened by the amount
Why is she doing this? Why is she making everyone repeat what she says? This goes back to what I was talking about earlier, with like they like feeling like they have some sort of power. The chanting. The person that's in charge of the chant, they don't want to stop it. They want to keep doing the beginning of the chant, so the crowd does the second part, and they like, I'm saying, it's like, yeah, yeah. She's making them say everything she fucking says. It's a control thing. People are fucking control freaks.
I find many people my age. Are caught up. In the perfect activism. Everything I know. Is because at one point. I didn't. And someone was.
That too. Yeah, I can see that too.
Helped me. Look around. Let's be honest. How many of us have said before? I can't engage with them. That's who you need to reach first. Clean up your own backyard. Clean up your own family.
Dude, you're not gonna reach. Just like we can't reach you.
Religion. Racism. Anti-immigrant sentiment.
Oh, Janet Lori.
They are your family and so are we. Let's get it together. Let's keep people's mic going. Because I couldn't hear half y'all.
The only thing that changes people, that flips people, I think more than anything is war. War will flip people from Republican to Democrat if it's not being handled correctly. And I think that's what happened with the southern border. It felt like we were being fucking invaded by other countries. We were almost like we were at war on the southern border and losing the battle. Oh, that caused people to flip over to vote Republican or not vote at all so that Republicans would get it. So far, nothing's happened really to cause people to want to flip. All it is this might happen. They might cut Social Security. They might get into your banks and shit. They might do this. They might do that. Elon Musk is the devil. But all they've done so far is save us money by ending programs that are spending money on shit that we don't need to be spending money on. Honestly, I get it. And UNRWA too. Like UNRWA, we were funding UNRWA for a while through USAID, I believe, and they were shown to fund Hamas. They were giving money straight to Hamas. And she's wearing the Palestinian shit.
Wake up! This is your fight too!
There were UNRWA staff members that were actually also Hamas.
They're coming for you! Wake up! This is your fight too!
This is your fight too!
When they're done with us, they're coming for you!
Wake up! This is your fight too! This is your fight
I don't know how to spell UNRWA. UNRWA? Oh my gosh. UNRWA. UNRWA. It said Hamas skimmed $1 billion in UN aid for weapons and tunnels, suit says. About 100 Israelis sued the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, saying it pays local employees in dollars that buoy the terrorist group. So, a billion possibly. And the United Nations Relief and Works Agency, if it's funded by USA, in there and then put. Accordingly, financial transactions using USAID funding to UNRWA are prohibited. Oh, they could never use USAID for it. It's paid for by government, though. Oh wait, no, this is new. This is taking effect February 7th, 2025. All USA direct hire personnel will be placed on administrative leave globally, with the exception of designated personnel responsible for mission-critical function or leadership in specially designated programs. Essential personnel expected to continue working will be informed by agency leadership by Thursday, February 6th, at 3 p.m. Eastern Time. For USAID personnel currently posted outside the United States, the agency, coordination with missions and Department of State, is currently preparing a plan in accordance with all applicable requirements and laws under which the agency would arrange and pay for return travel to the United States within 30 days and provide for an ISC contracts that are not determined to be essential. Oh wait, provide for return. Sorry, I had this covering it. Within 30 days to provide for the termination of PSC and ISC contracts that are not determined to be essential. The agency will consider case-by-case exemptions and return travel extensions based on personal and family hardship, mobility, and safety concerns, or other reasons. For example, the agency will consider exceptions based on the timing of dependents' school term, personnel or family medical needs, pregnancy, and other reasons. Further guidance on how to request an exception will be forthcoming. Thank you for your service. I guess this was an email that they all got. It's on the USAID.gov website. Ow! What's up, Simon? I'm doing something. The U.S. has prohibited funding for the United Nations Relief Works Agency since a bill was like, okay, so but before, that's right, we looked this up. Before Joe Biden signed the bill in 2023, USAID funds could be used for UNRWA. That's the thing. Like, we don't know where we've missed where USAID is being used like that in other countries to fund terrorism. Just cut that shit all off. Meow, 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 meow. Dude, another protest. This makes me want to go live on the other channel. Maybe I should. Probably have more people. afternoon anyway. And like work, man.
We only have one thing we can do. That's vote. Vote, goddammit, vote. Vote like your lives fucking depend on it. Vote. 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 Everybody needs to get out and fucking vote. Bullshit. We can't dump them. We have to vote, people. Vote. Vote for our rights. Vote to protect them. Vote for our rights. 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 I'm so fucking and call your fucking congressmen. Call your congressmen. Call your senators. Demand they do their jobs. Call your senator. Call your congressman. Demand they do their jobs. Vote. I don't care. We voted for it. We got outvoted. We got outvoted. I'm just so furious.
Hey guys, we're gonna start opening the floor. Can we have you back up and report the scene? Back up and report the scene.
We're going to clear a little bit in the front here and give people a chance to say why they're here.
Everyone quiet down. Quiet down. We're opening the floor. Everybody, take a lane. Make a way. Come forward if you want to speak. Report the scene. 2 minutes to say what you want to say about why you are here. And I will start. Wait. Nancy is the organizer. She will start. Hi, everybody. How are we doing? We're not going to open the floor for people to talk, but I'm going to start us off with something, all right? We, the people, are tired. We, the people, are hurt. We watch as our rights get taken away. Our friends' rights, our families' rights, our trans families, who make up 1% of the population, are being targeted by the government, by the
Targeted.
elite, simply because they exist. Our Mexican family, who work hard day and night for our country, who are the backbone of America, are being targeted and torn from their families. Is this how we repay them?
was gonna come out.
And the men who run this country tell us what we can do with our bodies. You do not own me. You do not own us. And we will do everything in our power to remind you of that. This fight is bigger than you and I, or any of us here. This fight has been going on longer than just this administration. Yes, it has. But as long as there are people in this world who will continue to deny our communities, our existence, our lives, we will fight back.
We're going in there coughing. Alright, y'all. I love y'all. I'm gonna switch over to the other one.
We the people are stronger, united, and we will hold each other up against the establishment that seeks to tear us down. Thank you, everybody. Now, who wants to come up and speak?
Please. Alright. Thank you. Thank you all for hanging. We're ending this one now, switching it over to the other one. The other one is
Another one.
right here. Gonna go ahead and do a switching on over, baby. See you there now. Oh. See you there. Thanks everybody. Just T at times. Choke, Golden Coin. Mark Hopper. Everybody. Brody, while I said Northwest Media. See you in a minute. Kitty Cam. See you tomorrow, bright and early. 7:30. We'll see you there. Have a good day if I don't see you over on Doe Show. Thanks for caring about the kitties. And the possum now.